Chapter 1809. These questions were not meant to go against the Prime Minister, but were sincere. He had no choice but to ask. He did not dare to not ask. The situation in front of him had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Furthermore, the biggest problem now was, since you set the rules so strictly, I have to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, how am I supposed to control my soldiers? As long as I get to the bottom of it, it's fine to eat a beating. If something goes wrong, it'll be game over. Eating a beating is better than being game over, isn't it? By the time Lan Tianxiao finished his questions, the Prime Minister had already sprayed saliva all over his face. The Prime Minister had worked with him for many years, but he had never had the upper hand like this before. He was in a good mood. Are you done asking? I'm done asking. Now that he was done asking the question, Lord Lan's tone wasn't as polite as before. He directly changed his attitude from a subordinate to an elder. The speed at which he changed his attitude was extremely fast, as expected of the commander of the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms. Since you're done asking, hurry up and scram with your men. The Prime Minister waved his sleeves, set off immediately. Then, he disappeared with a so sound. Great General Lan, who was about to curse out loud, swallowed his words back into his stomach. Set off. Great General Lan's purple face turned black. With a wave of his hand, he left in a huff. Little did he know that the Prime Minister, who had just left, was no longer as comfortable as before. He had a heavy expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "That fellow is indeed restless after coming up. It's only been a few days, and he's already caused such a huge commotion. Since the Lord rushed over personally, this matter must have been caused by that fellow. Only he would be able to receive such special treatment from the Lord. Sigh. That fellow is really too good at causing trouble. It's only been a few days, and he's already causing the soul-suppressing stone to shatter. He even managed to encounter such a rare thing. He even managed to destroy it. How could he do that with his trash cultivation? He's really a troublemaker. Why did the Lord send him to the Eastern Royal Heavens in the first place? Couldn't he have sent him to other realms to cause trouble and bring disaster to other powers? Now, look at him. He's wasting energy and carrying a spear. What kind of plaything is this? Sigh. With a long, heartfelt sigh, the Prime Minister finally disappeared without a trace. The lightning bolts became more and more concentrated. It seemed as if it didn't stop pouring out. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger witnessed the power of the heavens and earth. They were completely stunned and dumbfounded. He was tongue-tied. Chu Yang became more and more aware that he might have caused a very big trouble this time. Looking at this situation, his original intention would definitely be achieved. All the sects in the world would definitely be like sharks that smelled the scent of blood. They swarmed over. Moreover, the scope of this incident wouldn't just be limited to the Eastern Royal Heaven. He believed that all the great sects in the Heaven Imperial Court would have a big gathering because of this. His plan had succeeded. However, who would clean up this mess in the end? How to deal with it? His intention was only to provoke a few sects. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Fisherman's profit? Fucking fisherman's advantage. Not to mention those great sects that hadn't arrived yet. Just those few people from the Hua clan were enough to make a certain king of Hell's heart turn cold. Any one of those people was stronger than Chu Yang at his current stage. One or two of them were even heaven stage experts. Their strength was at least on par with that of Shifu. Such a person had been reduced to nothingness by the cold aura as soon as he came into contact with it. Was such a terrifying thing something that he could use? Even such a terrifying lightning tribulation couldn't destroy it. What did he rely on to dare to take advantage of that fisherman's advantage? Chu Yang was a little depressed. Once again, he felt the grievance of not having enough strength. He was asking for trouble. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel his soul leaving his body. He turned his head like a whirlwind and saw a man in a white robe standing 3 feet away from him with a smile on his face. Seeing that he turned his head to look at him, he actually nodded with a smile of reunion after a long separation. His voice was gentle and pleasant. Long time no see. This person's voice wasn't loud, but the moment he opened his mouth to speak, the wind, thunder and lightning that filled the sky seemed to disappear the moment he spoke. Instantly, the sky was clear and bright again. Dawn reappeared on the horizon, just like the clearest afternoon. The clouds were light and the wind was clear. It was peaceful, but in reality, the violent thunder and lightning were still going on, and the momentum was getting more and more intense. But in the small circle where Chu Yang and this white-robed man were, it was quiet. So it's you. Chu Yang let out a deep breath. Since it's him, it's not surprising that he could approach me so quietly. If the current ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens didn't even have this little ability, then the Eastern Royal Heavens would have been destroyed by the enemy long ago. This person was of course the current ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Shuelehan, the highest ruler of this world. His Majesty the Eastern Royal Heavens. To be honest, Chu Yang didn't expect to see him again so soon. He had originally thought that Shuelehan would only come out to meet him when he had at least reached the saint level, or the heavenly being level. Even when he had reached the peak, Shuelehan might not even meet him. But he didn't expect to see him here. It was really an unexpected reunion. Why are you here? Chu Yang asked curiously. Are you so free? Does His Majesty not have any official business to deal with? Shuelehan stared at him and shook his head with a smile. I've never been free. No matter how I deal with official business, there's no end to it. But right now, I'm indeed here especially for you. For me? Do I have such a big reputation? Chu Yang pointed at his own nose and asked in a very unconfident manner. Chu Yang couldn't be blamed for this. In the heavens, Chu Yang might be a pioneer of a new era, a person who created myths and wrote legends. But in the heavens, he was nothing. At most, he was just a slightly stronger ant. At least in the eyes of the Eastern Royal Heavens Master, His Majesty the Eastern Royal Heavens. It was one thing to have a relationship, but the difference in strength between the two sides was still real. You're so young, but you really know how to cause trouble. Shuelehan sighed softly. How many days have you been up here? He actually caused such a huge commotion. He pointed at the chilly, fiendish aura that was still surging outwards. Chu Yang said somewhat sadly, Do you think I want to? How would I know that something like this would happen? He was blasted out with a fart. Blasted out with a fart? Even with Shuelehan's composure, he still couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. He couldn't help but choke on the wind. Chu Yang rubbed his buttocks and grimaced as he nodded. This meant that it was indeed caused by his fart. Shuelehan was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chu Yang naturally wouldn't betray Brother Hu. Shuelehan would definitely clean up the mess for him since it was caused by him. Chu Yang was still confident about this. But if he were to say that Brother Hu did it, Shuelehan would probably skin Brother Hu alive on the spot. This was definitely a possibility. I can't help but say, you are indeed gifted. This kind of luck is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Shuelehan patted him on the shoulder. His tone was obviously a little emotional. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. So be it. Since you're here, I'll definitely have to rely on you to solve this mess. Do you have other intentions for causing such a huge commotion? Shuelehan looked at him inquiringly. Yes, I do. Since that's the case, I don't care anymore. I believe you already have a detailed plan and the means to carry it out. Do it to your heart's content. Shuelehan chuckled. Every time he was with Chu Yang, Shuelehan could feel exceptionally relaxed and refreshed from the bottom of his heart. There was also a kind of relaxed joy in his mind. Even Shuelehan himself was puzzled by this situation. He was in the heavenly imperial court. He was the #1 person below the Saint Monarch level. He controlled the entire heavenly imperial court, the Eastern Royal Heaven, which was the most vast. In this world, he was the highest ruler. It could be said that he looked down on the universe and had no reservations. However, he had become friends with Chu Yang when he was at his weakest. One was just an ant-like person struggling to survive in the lowest level, while the other was a super existence of the highest level, the most powerful deities. The two of them were actually friends, and close friends at that. If this matter were to be spread out, even the Saint Monarchs would be shocked. But this just had to be the truth. It was an extremely absurd fact. Sometimes, Even Shui Leihan himself found it unbelievable when he thought about it. Chu Yang certainly met the harsh requirements of the Tribulation Sword, but Shui Leihan didn't have to have such close connections with Chu Yang at all. As long as he found the successor of the Tribulation Sword, Shui Leihan could be considered to have completed the task entrusted to him by that mighty person. But for some reason, they just had to take a liking to each other and become friends. They hit it off at first sight. So, there were some things that Shui Leihan could have arranged for a few trusted subordinates to do, but he still chose to come personally. For example, this time, Shui Leihan really cherished the chance to relax like this. How many friends could an ordinary person in a high position, such as Shui Leihan, have? Generally speaking, there really wasn't a single one. A person in a high position couldn't have friends. Loneliness and solitude was the kind of feeling a person in a high position should have. Shui Leihan was very satisfied. Compared to the other emperors, he was really much more fortunate. In the entire heavenly imperial court, it seemed that only Chu Yang would speak to him in such a disrespectful manner. But he just felt comfortable listening to it. Strange. I still have to finish the updates before midnight. Sigh, there's still more than an hour left in this month. Chapter 1810. What did you say? You don't care? You don't care how I clean up this mess? Chu Yang jumped up instantly. Baidu search PCOM. What are you saying? Why can't you clean it up? Didn't you do this because you have a plan and a way to carry it out? Is there something wrong with my understanding? Shui Leihan looked at him strangely. You have to know that if I really do it, the moment I do, the matter will be resolved. However, this realm of the God Source will also be completely destroyed in the next moment. In other words, no matter what plan you have, it will be completely for naught. Huh? Then what should I do? Chu Yang frowned. This was really troublesome. But what could he do? Those involved can't see clearly. Don't you have the Calamity Sword? Shui Leihan smiled faintly. He said with a smile, You already have such a heaven-defying item. Why are you still asking me? Calamity Sword? Chu Yang's eyes widened. The Calamity Sword has such an ability? You're not joking? Joking? I really don't have the time and energy for that. As for the ability of the Calamity Sword, Shui Leihan smiled lightly. It's definitely something you can't even dream of. Even I, when faced with this sword, I also have to. Shui Leihan didn't finish this sentence. He just suddenly changed the topic. Fine, since I'm here, I'll help you again. If the thunder of heavenly punishment is used to deal with it, it will be destroyed in the end. What a blind thing. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. This guy isn't scolding me, is he? Or is he scolding that guy who controls the thunder of heavenly punishment? But from his tone, it doesn't seem like he's scolding me. Humph. Since you want to stir up trouble, I'll help you again. Shui Leihan said indifferently, Release the sword intent of the Calamity Sword. The sword intent of the Calamity Sword. Ever since he obtained the sword intent of the Calamity Sword, Chu Yang really hadn't used it much. It felt like he had obtained something but had no place to use it. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. A sword aura whizzed out. Shui Leihan drew a circle with his right hand and shouted, Go! All of a sudden, the sword aura shone brightly and soared into the sky like a divine dragon. Then, a loud and clear sword cry rang out. The dark night sky suddenly shone with a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire universe and illuminating the entire universe. At this moment, the night had completely turned into day. A magnificent sword light that spanned thousands of miles appeared in the sky. Then, it cut through the dark clouds, forming a bridge of light that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, and rushed down. In the air, it was clear that someone's teeth were chattering. Fuck, if that terrifying sword chi had landed on my body. She heard a dignified voice in her ear. I know it's not good. Get lost. Hearing the infinitely dignified and infinitely familiar voice, the cloud man trembled all over. He didn't even dare to say another word. He hurriedly waved his hand, and the dark clouds in the sky instantly disappeared without a trace as if they had pissed their pants. After walking for tens of thousands of miles, just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, the voice chased after him again. My whereabouts must not be revealed. If you disobey, you will be executed. If there were any doubts, you might as well try it." Just as that person was about to heave a sigh of relief, he heard this voice. Suddenly, his whole body trembled, and he fell down from the dizziness. He directly fell to the ground in a daze. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. His subordinates hurriedly helped him up and asked with concern, "Sir, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Why are you like this?" It was really strange. The sir in charge of the wind, cloud, thunder, and lightning actually fell from the clouds, and his head was bleeding so badly. This was really seeing a ghost. That sir climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. He didn't even bother to wipe off the blood on his face, and hurriedly explained to erase everyone's doubts, "I was just training my body. Yes, I have to fall a few more times every day. It's good for my physical and mental health. Look, I'll fall again, bang. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4, fall again." This sir pitifully fell from the clouds again and again. His subordinates were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out. Facing such a situation, his subordinates indeed didn't have any doubts. They all had a new idea. "It's over. Our sir is crazy. Let's not talk about this side's reaction. It wasn't the main point." That sword light smashed down with a loud bang, right into the cave entrance that was constantly emitting colding energy. At that moment, it was really as if 1,000 miles of river was suddenly cut in half. The colding energy and demonic aura that was originally gushing out in all directions suddenly lost its source, and the demonic aura that was overflowing outside was also rapidly dissipating. At the entrance of the cave, there was a long sword that was as bright as snow. It was filled with the majesty of a sovereign, and it was inserted diagonally into the ground. It was majestic and unmoving. That colding energy and demonic aura didn't completely disappear, but could only continue to gush out from the two sides of the sword. Although it wasn't completely cut off, it didn't have that kind of crazy surge. At least the demonic aura that was emitted now would gradually dissipate into the wind when the sunlight just came out, and couldn't cause any harm anymore. Now, with the sword intent blocking the entrance, the colding energy can only dissipate slowly. And at this speed, it will also dissipate completely after 10 days to half a month. And at this level, as long as it comes into contact with the sun's yang energy, it will be completely dissolved and won't cause any harm to the human world, Shui Lei Han said lightly. "Amazing," Chu Yang exclaimed. To be able to control the intensity of the fire so accurately, he was indeed the best in the world. "From now on, only you can pull out this sword." Shui Lei Han raised his eyebrows. "Are you satisfied with my arrangement?" "Satisfied, satisfied, 100% satisfied." Chu Yang nodded repeatedly, and then said, "Well, let the sword spirit have this qualification too. It's not convenient for me to show up for some things." "Hee, you insidious guy." Shui Lei Han laughed. The moment Chu Yang opened his mouth, he knew what Chu Yang was planning. He couldn't help but smile. He summoned the sword spirit, and after seeing Shui Lei Han pointed with his finger. A black gas came out from the sword spirit and merged with the sword intent on the mountain peak. "It's done," Shui Lei Han said with his hands behind his back. "Thank you." "Well, you don't have to be so polite. To be honest, this cold energy is pure death. It's a pity that I can't use it for my cultivation. If some sects that cultivate evil spirits get their hands on it, I'm afraid they'll treat it as a treasure," Shui Lei Han said with some pity. "Well, pure death energy?" Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He thought of his own dantian, the yin-yang life and death dantian. Was it that? Chu Yang's eyes turned, and then he said, "Oh right, what exactly are you doing here?" Shui Lei Han was stunned and a little dumbfounded. Did this guy still not know who he was doing this for? "Why haven't you left yet?" Chu Yang's face turned cold as he frowned and asked him to leave. "Isn't this matter already done?" I? Shui Lei Han pointed at his own nose, somewhat in disbelief. "You're chasing me away?" He suddenly felt a little confused. The world was really upside down. I, the ruler of the Eastern Royal Heavens, was ordered to leave by someone in the Eastern Royal Heavens? Even in other places, No one would dare to do so. Yes, Chu Yang said matter-of-factly, there's only you and me here. If I don't chase you away, should I chase myself away? Don't tell me there's someone else here. Even if there is. I don't know either. I just helped you, and you're chasing me away? You. Shuelehan had an impulse to beat the guy in front of him up. With you here, I'll be a hindrance. Chu Yang said righteously, having someone to rely on will be detrimental to my development. So, take care. I won't send you off. Shuelehan's nose was crooked, and his finger that was pointing at Chu Yang was trembling. You're good. You're really good. You're really good. So small. You've got guts. Of course I've got guts. But I don't have to show it to you, right? Chu Yang laughed, and then he actually glared at him. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to see if I've got guts? Shuelehan looked up at the sky. He didn't look at Chu Yang anymore. He was afraid that if he saw his face again, he would give it a hard punch. Yes, right. Luckily, you haven't left. I almost forgot something important. Chu Yang went over and touched Shuelehan's shoulder with his shoulder. He said, I say, do you still have that wine? If you do, leave some for me. I've finished all of it. I haven't had enough. Whoosh! Shuelehan disappeared. A sentence floated down from the sky. Why aren't you dead yet? This sentence was obviously said through gritted teeth, and it definitely came out from the gaps between his teeth. Then, silence returned to the sky. After a long time, there was no more movement. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Looks like he's really gone this time. This guy is too stingy. He can't even bear to leave a pot of wine. Stingy. He turned around, only to see Brother Tiger staring at him with his eyes wide open. His eyes were full of reverence, as if he had seen a living immortal. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? Chu Yang waved his hand in front of Brother Tiger. You're my boss. Brother Tiger said in a voice full of admiration, You're really my boss. I'm convinced. I've never admired a third person in my life. You're the second one. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. You're too awesome. You're really too awesome. I didn't expect you to be so awesome even in my dreams. Chu Yang couldn't stand being slapped by this guy for no reason. What's wrong? Did you take the wrong medicine? Are you crazy? No. If not, there's no way to describe my admiration for you. Brother Tiger was obviously on the verge of breaking down. That person just now, he's so strong. Throughout my life, only my benefactor can be better than him. There's no one else who can be compared to him. Let's talk about it more vividly. You know my strength, right? When I was at my peak, my strength was at least 10 times more than now. But even if I was at my peak, he could still kill me with one slap. You know his level of strength now. You actually dared to talk to him like that just now, and even dared to chase him away like a fly. No matter if it's because you're ignorant or because you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you still did it, and you even succeeded. Oh my God, you're too awesome. Chapter 1811. When Shuelehan came just now, Brother Tiger immediately became obedient. He shrunk his body to the size of a mini and stayed in Chu Yang's arms for a long time, not daring to move at all. He only listened attentively to Chu Yang's conversation with him. The more he listened, the more impressed and excited he became. What an awesome person. What an awesome person. There's such an effect. Chu Yang definitely didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to get that kind of good wine that could raise one's cultivation. However, he didn't expect that he would completely subdue Brother Tiger. Could this be considered an unexpected surprise? Although he said things like, the ignorant are fearless, and the immensity of heaven and earth, which were more or less unpleasant to the ears, it was good that he was subdued. Also, Shuelehan was already at such a level. Yet Brother whose benefactor was still able to surpass him by a few notches. Just how powerful was that benefactor? Was there really such a powerful person in this world? Not thinking about these, Chu Yang waved his hand, and the sword spirit flew directly to the vast mountains. It became one with the sword energy. The sword spirit tried to collect the gurgling black gas. It's really pure death energy. However, this kind of foundation is a little huge. said the sword spirit. Huh. Chu Yang didn't understand. I can only absorb a portion of it when I'm downloading it. I have to send it to your Dantian quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to bear it, said the sword spirit honestly. That's great. Chu Yang was delighted. This was a pie that fell from the sky. He was just worrying about whether his cultivation speed was fast enough. He didn't expect that there would be so much death energy replenishment right away. I have to go back once every 4 hours. The sword spirit instructed, don't run around. Be ready to accept it at any time. Okay. In the blink of an eye, Shuele Han had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang, who had turned around, suddenly remembered an important matter. This matter was not as dispensable as asking for wine. He immediately slapped his thigh. Shit. He was so focused on talking just now that he actually forgot to ask this guy what kind of physique he had, whether it was good or bad, whether there were any drawbacks, and how to avoid them. Forget it. Since he's gone, let's go. Chu Yang thought, it's better to rely on myself than on others. I'd better figure it out myself. What I figure out myself is the most suitable for me. Maybe it's better for me to keep it a secret if this guy doesn't know. Bringing Brother Tiger with him, Chu Yang leisurely returned to the Chu clan. On top of the vast mountain, at first glance, the sky was still filled with black gas. But in reality, it was already gradually dissipating. Without the large amount of support from the source of the cave, the baleful aura outside had become a tree without roots. It would only take a few days for it to be completely eliminated by the scorching sun. On top of the mountain, that soared. Light radiated in all directions, illuminating the surroundings. When Chu Yang returned to his room, Yin Rushan was already waiting for him. Where did you go? Yin Rushan's expression was solemn. I just went out for a walk. What else can I do? Chu Yang laughed hollowly. You know it too. I have another identity, which is a gambler. Yin Rushan heaved a sigh of relief and warned him solemnly. During this period of time, be it day or night, try not to go out. What's wrong? Chu Yang wasn't surprised by Yin Rushan's warning, but he still had to do his part. What's wrong? Something big had happened. It's a big deal. Yin Rushan's eyebrows were tightly knitted. This includes the 5 cities in the vicinity. Within a radius of 17,000 miles, it's going to become the center of attention. With your strength, you shouldn't even get involved. So what? Chu Yang stared at him with an innocent face. His face was full of puzzlement and confusion, and he was waiting for an answer. A soul-suppressing stone appeared here. Sigh. Yin Rushan's eyebrows were tightly knitted as he paced slowly. He explained the origin of the soul-suppressing stone in a low voice. Finally, he looked up and sighed. Why would a soul-suppressing stone appear here? Why would such a rare item appear here? Why would a soul-suppressing stone shatter so easily? This is really puzzling. Chu Yang and brother who looked at each other. Puzzling? No way. Why would it appear? Why would it shatter? Both of them were the clearest about this. Yin Rushan stomped his feet and said, if I find out who caused this, I'll beat him to death. Chu Yang and Brother Tiger stared at each other and signaled with their eyes that they must not reveal anything. They would be beaten to death. Even if they were not beaten to death, they would be beaten half to death. In short, they just had to keep their mouths shut. Anyway, don't go out. Don't go out. Don't go out. After Yin Rushan said this, he leaped up and disappeared. I'll go and take a look. Don't act rashly. Yin Rushan had already disappeared. Chu Yang and brother who slumped down on the bed. Looks like we've really gone too far this time. In the next few days, the entire Zixia city was in a mess. The entire Zixia city, even the ordinary people in the city, could feel the unprecedented frenzy and depression. Everyone seemed to smell the scent of the end of the world. The number of martial artists in the city increased unknowingly. Not only did the number increase, but the quality was even more astonishing. Originally, it was rare to see Earth-grade martial artists, but now, Earth-grade martial artists could be seen everywhere on the streets. Heaven-grade martial artists weren't rare. Occasionally, there would be a few higher-grade martial artists strolling around. Every time they walked on the streets, they would be on full alert, eyeing covetously. If there was a disagreement, there would be a full-scale fight on the streets. Occasionally, there There would be a few puddles of blood on the streets after a night. The atmosphere of the entire city was oppressive and dignified. It was like the dead silence before a storm. The city lord was no longer excited because he had recovered from his illness. He was so worried that there were many more white hairs on his head. During this period, countless outsiders entered Xixia City. Slowly, Xixia City, which was originally not very big, became a little crowded because of the population problem. What the fuck was this? Especially the inns in the city, they were basically close to the point of being overcrowded. These weren't the reasons for the city lord's headache. The real headache for the city lord was that the infinite boundless mountain that the Hua clan had just paid for was actually the legendary divine source realm. If the higher-ups knew that he had sold the divine source realm just like that, he wouldn't be able to continue being the city lord anymore. Of course, this wasn't the most serious matter, because that divine source realm was actually damaged, and the soul-suppressing stone had appeared in it. If they knew that he had sold such a place, and that it had been damaged, it would trigger a terrifying heavenly tribulation. His entire family had basically reached the end of their lifespan, and this wasn't the most serious matter. The truly serious matter was that the people who had destroyed the soul-suppressing stone were simply amateurs among amateurs. If they had destroyed it, then so be it. How could they have left behind such a huge trace and actually caused the baleful chi to shoot up into the sky? That was truly a long-lasting thing. It was precisely because of this that the entire Heaven Palace was shaken. According to the news, not only the Eastern Royal Heavens, even the supersects of the other heavens and earth had started to take action. There was only one target, and that was this place. More than 70% of the large sects, hidden sects, and immortal residences had already started to take action. As for those that weren't recorded, it didn't mean that they weren't taking action. Perhaps they had already started to take action long ago, just that their methods were more secretive. It was just that no one knew. Facing these people, facing these huge and unstoppable forces, the entire Purple Cloud City could be destroyed with a single thought from them. If Purple Cloud City was gone, his entire family would definitely be wiped out. At this moment, the city lord flew into a rage, as though he had gone mad. His only thought was to quickly find Fourth Master Hua. As long as he saw this fellow, he would swallow him alive. This bastard, you have caused my death. You have harmed my entire family and even my entire clan. However, Fourth Master Hua was like a drop of foam that had been completely submerged in the sea, and there was no longer any trace of him to be found. The city lord was so angry that his stomach was about to explode, but he couldn't find any place to vent his anger. Another secret location. Fourth Master Hua was also flying into a rage. What's going on? What's going on? Who can tell me? What the hell is going on? Countless people around him kept quiet out of fear, afraid that they would be scolded if they said a single word. Tell me, why did the soul-suppressing stone shatter without any warning? Who was it that leaked the news? Who did it? Tell me. Fourth Master Hua was seething with anger. His eyes were blood red as he stared at his subordinates. His gaze was as though he wanted to eat them alive. In Fourth Master Hua's hands, there was an item that was covered in the marks of time. It seemed to be a map. Right now, it had already been wrinkled by Fourth Master Hua. A treasure map? Fourth Master Hua truly wanted to vomit blood. But even if he did, what problem could he solve? Ever since 200 years ago, his family had coincidentally bought this treasure map from an auction in the East Imperial Kingdom. They had mobilized countless manpower and resources to search the entire East Imperial Kingdom for 200 years. An entire 200 years. Even if they didn't count the several 100,000 purple cloud coins that they had spent on the treasure map, just the manpower and resources that they had mobilized in these 200 years had already exceeded 5 million purple cloud coins. Purple cloud coins. They had finally found the location and even found some clues. Furthermore, they had already paid the money and reached an agreement with the officials, turning the ownership of that place into their own. It hadn't even been 5 days since they had calmed down. How did the entire world know about it? Since things had already developed to such a stage, the Hua family's insignificant strength meant that they wanted to devour this treasure trove. It was simply a pipe dream. There was no possibility at all. Even if they wanted to get a share of the profits, it had become an extravagant hope, a fantasy. Moreover, whether or not they could escape from this supervortex was still unknown. After hundreds of years of hard work and tens of millions of purple cloud coins, for this treasure, the entire family's finances had been completely overdrawn. The family's power had shrunk because of this matter, and they had finally seen a ray of hope. But at the last moment, it had all been given to someone else. When Fourth Master Hua thought of this, he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Could it be any more tragic? What a scam. Chapter 1812. Hua and the others. We still don't know where they are. We don't know if they were harmed or... Another person stammered. By due search, I don't care if they die. Fourth Master Hua was enraged. Fourth Master Hua's anger caused everyone to keep quiet out of fear. However, the heartlessness he displayed now made them feel even more disappointed. Hua and the others had always been loyal to the Hua clan and had even gone through fire and water for so many years. However, it was such people who, after going missing, only ended up as I don't care if they die in Fourth Master Hua's words. He was actually so heartless. If I also went missing or died, what would Fourth Master Hua say? With such a master, if I really died, how would my family be treated? Everyone felt dejected as they forced themselves not to think further. The atmosphere of a fox grieving for the death of a rabbit engulfed the entire place. Now that things have come to this, we can only immediately inform the clan and see if the old ancestor can appear personally. Only with him appearing will we have a chance to obtain the benefits first. Otherwise, Fourth Master Hua waved his hand impatiently. Do it immediately. Yes. One person immediately turned and left. This matter was urgent and had to be reported immediately. Also, this matter was leaked in such a strange manner. Perhaps it was that bastard Dong Lai who leaked it. It doesn't make sense that we would be exposed right after we told him about buying Infinite Boundless Mountain. This timing is too coincidental. It must be him. Fourth Master Hua's eyes were malicious. Now that the clan is weak, we cannot kill Dong Lai openly. However, I will definitely make him regret it for the rest of his life. After pondering for a moment, he finally ordered decisively, the three of you, sneak into the Chu clan tonight and kill that Divine Dr. Chu on the spot. Kill Divine Dr. Chu? The three Hua clan experts looked at each other. This matter has nothing to do with that Chu Yang at all. At the end of the day, you are just using him. Why do you want to kill him for no reason now? What kind of logic is this? What kind of person are we following? Nonsense. Fourth Master Hua said furiously. Dong Lai is suffering from an illness that only Chu Yang can treat. It is said that half a year is needed to treat him. Now, only a month has passed. He is definitely not cured yet. Dong Lai revealed our great secret, causing us to fail on the verge of success and our plan to fail. How can we let this go? However, Dong Lai is the city lord of Zixia City and is a member of the government. We have the heart but are powerless to do anything to him. But we can't kill Dong Lai. You still can't kill Chu Yang? As long as I kill Chu Yang, that bastard Dong Lai will be sick for the rest of his life. Fourth Master Hua laughed coldly. The three of them suddenly understood. It turned out that they wanted to kill Divine Dr. Chu just to prevent him from treating the city lord. What a ruthless person. What a vicious method. The three of them felt that it was a pity. Even if he couldn't recruit such a godly doctor for his own use, he would still be able to recruit him. He should try to maintain a good relationship with her. After all, who wouldn't get stabbed when they were in the Jianghu? As long as he was stabbed, how could he not seek medical treatment? The existence of Divine Dr. Chu was definitely a great blessing for martial artists. Why would he kill such a godly doctor just to treat Dong Lai? That was a little too unreasonable. The three of them couldn't help but hesitate. What? Fourth Master Hua looked at the three of them coldly. You're not willing? This. Fourth Master, please reconsider. Reconsider my ass. Everything was destined to fail. Fourth Master Hua was already close to madness. Do you want to rebel? We don't dare. If you don't dare, then listen to my orders. Tonight, I must see Chu Yang's head. Put it on my table. Fourth Master Hua roared, "The three of you, go to the disciplinary hall to receive your punishment after you return home. You know clearly what kind of crime it is to disobey an order before a battle." Yes. The three of them looked at each other helplessly. In a faraway place on a certain mountain, everyone here was discussing about the appearance of the evil spirit and the shattering of the soul-suppressing stone. This wasn't an ordinary place. It was the headquarters of the notorious wild wolf bandits. These bandits came and went like the wind. Every single one of them was a powerful martial artist. Their whereabouts were also mysterious. Even the government couldn't do anything to them. They had been besieged several times. They had escaped unscathed, but they obviously didn't have the right to ask about or touch the soul-suppressing stone. In the end, they were just bandits. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Mo Tianji, dressed in white, slowly walked into a hall with a gentle smile on his face. A ferocious-looking man stood up. "Military advisor Mo, please take a seat. Let's discuss." Mo Tianji slowly sat down. "What's the matter?" "Regarding the soul-suppressing stone. Should we?" Mo Tianji smiled and said quietly. The burly man on the other side nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's clean up that town first." "Military advisor Mo, I'll snatch a few women to warm your bed this time." "Ha ha ha." Mo Tianji smiled and nodded. "Tonight, let's get drunk." "Good." The great Khan laughed wildly, raised his cup and drained it. It was noisy and lively outside. In the hall, other than the maids, there were only 3 people drinking: gang leader, vice gang leader, military advisor. The 3 of them were clearly drunk. Mo Tianji also seemed to be unrestrained. "Haha, today, all of you are drunk. Only I am not drunk." The 2 men opposite him were drunk. "Nonsense, you're the drunk one. If you're not happy, drink more." Mo Tianji stood up shakily and walked over with a wine bowl. He staggered. "Let's drink. Who's afraid? Come." The 2 of them picked up their wine bowls and gulped it down. At this moment, Mo Tianji suddenly staggered and arrived in front of the 2 like a ghost. Then, a cold and bright sword light flew past without any warning. 2 arrows of blood spurted into the air. 2 heads rolled on the ground. The gang leader's head rolled on the ground. He could not believe it, and his eyes were full of questions. Why? This was the last thing he wanted to say, the question that he didn't ask. "I'm sorry, because I'm the only one in charge here." Mo Tianji said casually with a calm smile on his face. "I'm sharpening my sword in imperial court. How can I be under someone else? Not to mention a scoundrel like you." The 2 bodies fell down with a thud. Mo Tianji moved his body, and the maids around him only had time to let out a scream before they slowly fell down while clutching their throats. After a long time, Mo Tianji was covered in blood. He pushed open the door of the hall and suddenly rang the bell. Everyone gathered around. Facing everyone's questioning eyes, Mo Tianji slowly said, "The gang leader and vice gang leader have been killed by me. Now, I'm the one in charge here. My words. This is the only order. Anyone who disobeys will die." Everyone was dumbstruck. Since I'm the one in charge here, it can't be called Wild Wolf anymore. From now on, it'll be called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Mo Tianji smiled and said slowly, together with the blood on his body. That faint smile was as scary as a devil's grin. Heavenly Armament Pavilion needs strict orders. From now on, anyone who disobeys orders will die. Mo Tianji looked around and said with a smile. He waved his hand. A few people suddenly rose from the crowd and cut the people around them in half. Those who were killed were all loyal to the original gang leader. Each of them took care of one person. It was neat and clean. Blood flowed. Blood flashed. The smell of blood swept through the hall. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one dared to make the slightest move. Those people stepped forward and knelt down. "Long live Heavenly Armament Pavilion. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for the pavilion leader. Let's create a glorious future together." Mo Tianji smiled. He looked at the white clouds in the distance and muttered, "Heavenly Armament Pavilion. It will sweep through the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Today's legend will begin." At another place, at a junction, Dong Wushang held his dark saber and slashed like a demon. He forced the group in front of him. Are you going to hand it over? Are you going to submit? Are you going to kneel? Are you going to listen? As long as you listen to me, Second Master Dong promises you a good life in the future. Do you understand? If you understand, then say something. Are you going to hand it over? Are you going to submit? Are you going to kneel? Are you going to listen? From now on, we'll be called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dong Wushang shouted. What is Heavenly Armament Pavilion? Heavenly soldiers and generals. We'll rob the entire Heaven Imperial Court. Behave yourselves. At another place. Where can I find a soulmate? The tip of Gu Duxing's floating sword slashed across the throat of an enemy in front of him. Blood splattered everywhere as he landed. He faced the remaining people. Surrender or die. Surrender and join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. You'll be my people. Those who don't surrender will die. At another place. Ao Sheyun transformed into a golden dragon and went on a rampage. His huge body was a divine dragon that could only appear in myths and legends. It was especially shocking. Are you willing to surrender? Join the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? I, Ao Sheyun, will lead you to roam the world. A golden-winged phoenix flew all over the sky, leaving behind streaks of incomparably dazzling traces in the air. Finally, it landed on a mountain. Little ones, this is what I stole this time. Everyone, hurry up and cultivate. If anyone can't keep up with the progress, I'll skin him. Our Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Thief Hall must be at the forefront. We can't fall behind others. I, Rue Budong, can't afford to lose face. Everyone, remember, I'm the person with the highest cultivation in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion other than the Pavilion Master. I was, am, and will be. So, my subordinates must be the same. My subordinates don't need to be very strong. They must be the strongest. At another place, Great Demon King Tan Tan sat high up on his throne. He looked at the group of people who were crawling and trembling in front of him and scolded angrily, "You bunch of trash! Are you all shocked by my handsomeness? Why aren't you speaking? I didn't establish the Heavenly Armament Pavilion to raise trash like you. If I don't see the results tomorrow, I'll cut off your heads automatically and throw them into the cesspool." Soul-suppressing stone? What does that soul-suppressing stone have to do with us? Our task now is to earn money. Earn the most money and increase our strength. Expand our influence. Do you understand? If you don't, come and let me chop you. If you understand, then scram. Go to work. Fuck. Everyone retreated. One by one, they ran all over the place to do their work. Chapter 1813. On the other side, GMO slapped a man in front of him and sent him flying. Bastard, we, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, never kidnap women. You actually did things behind my back and ruined my reputation, making me unable to raise my head in front of my brothers. Dog ant. Fuck. I'll give you 3 days to marry her, get your father-in-law's approval, and immediately consummate your marriage. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't touch a woman for the rest of your life. If something like this happens again in the future, there's no need to say anything else. Just kill him. Do you hear me? You're really rebelling. Dog ant. Fuck your dog ant. All of you, get ready to fight. Hurry up and do your work. What are you waiting for? Hey, hey, hey. I asked you to spy on that rich man, Zhang. How are you doing? Dog ant. You useless piece of trash. If you can't do this before this afternoon, I'll dry you up and hang you on the flagpole to dry. BR, get lost. At another intersection, many people were carrying goods and were walking on the mountainous and dense forest road in Ongwa. There were flags of the government on top. No matter what, these were all government goods. In the eastern royal heavens, no one dared to rob government goods. So everyone was relieved. All of a sudden, a woo-woo, a wolf howl resounded in the air. Then, countless wolves howled in response. A woo-woo, don't be too surprised. It was definitely not a gathering of 10,000 wolves, because as long as one paid attention, one would be able to sense that many people were just stretching their necks and howling like wolves. Then, a rascal swaggered out of the forest in front of them. He stood in the middle of the road, looking at the sky and leaning his sword on the ground. "Oh, wool. This mountain was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, pay the toll." "Oh, wool." The wolves howled together again. "Oh, wool." A guy howled. Suddenly, he came to his senses. A young man approached him and said, "Boss, this is government goods. You can't rob it, or you'll be in big trouble." "Fuck. What government goods? When have we, the wolves of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, been afraid of anyone?" This guy was of course Luo Kudi. He shook his head and said, "Rob it? We've robbed too many government goods." "What? What can you do to me? If you piss me off, I'll steal your goods in the future. Go." After snatching this batch, he would quickly go to the next location to snatch the medicinal herbs. How could he cultivate without a solid foundation? How could he improve without medicine? "Awu, Awu, let's charge." Awu, second master Luo, snatched this batch of official goods without a care. However, he had also poked a hornet's nest. Thus, second master Luo led his pack of wolves into a life of wandering about and being besieged on all sides. Well, this is a story for another time, so let's not talk about it for now. In another place, brilliant and colorful flower petals spun beautifully in the air. She was filled with dreamy beauty. However, every time that beautiful flower turned, every time it fluttered, it would bring about a bleak, bloody light, taking away a fresh life. Viburnum flowers. Her beauty was unparalleled, desolate beyond the world. Xiet Dan Xiong's hands danced in the air, and countless viburnum flowers bloomed in the air. "Quick! This is the first time since the establishment of our Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your hands and feet must be clean." Xie Danxiong ordered loudly. "My name is Xie Danxiong, the helmsman of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion." Xie Danxiong's handsome face had a valiance that was not there when he was at the heavenly lair. As the saying goes, every wrong has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. If you are not convinced, our Heavenly Armament Pavilion will await your revenge at any time. Let's go. The group of people quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest with their spoils. No one knew where they went. On the other side, facing countless scoundrels, a lecherous smile appeared on their faces. A little girl as beautiful as a pearl cowered in fear. Her face was full of fear. "You, don't come over. I've drawn this line. Don't come over. It's best not to come over. If you come over, you will die." Was the little girl begging for mercy or crying? But no matter what, it would not work on this bunch of lustful guys in front of her. "Hee hee. Little beauty, Big Brother is here. What's there to be afraid of? If I die under a peony flower, I will still be a romantic ghost. I am a lecher to begin with. Big Brother Lecher is here. Little beauty, Big Brother will dote on you." A bunch of hooligans rushed over with drooling faces, fighting to be the first. Just as they crossed the line, someone suddenly screamed. "Ah, what's going on?" Another person covered his eyes. "My eyes, why can't I see? My legs don't feel anything." There were even people who fell down for no reason and could not get up again. Dozens of people, without exception, all had strange symptoms. Although their symptoms were different, none of them were unscathed. Opposite them, the little girl as beautiful as a pearl giggled. "I sincerely advised you not to come over previously, but you insisted on coming over. I can't do anything about it. It's not my fault that something happened to you. Hee hee. Do you think I, the great miss of heavenly poison, am so easy to bully? I don't even need to lift a finger to deal with you." This little girl was, of course, Chu Luer. Everyone was rolling on the ground, begging and cursing. Chu Luer turned a deaf ear to them and looked on coldly with a smile. After a while, after confirming that everyone had lost the ability to resist, Chu Luer walked over leisurely and plundered all the wealth from everyone, throwing it into her spatial ring. "Pooey, what a bunch of paupers. You don't have anything good. I'm really disappointed. How dare you chase a beauty when you don't have money? How degrading." Great Miss Chu was obviously very dissatisfied with her gains this time. "I get angry when I'm disappointed. So, all of you can go to hell." With a wave of her hand, she left gracefully. A cloud of black fog appeared out of thin air, and quickly infected those people. Shrill screams immediately rang out. Before long, a pool of blood appeared on the ground and slowly seeped into the soil. As for those burly men, it was as if they had evaporated into thin air, completely disappearing without a trace. The onlookers who were afraid of getting into trouble, or those who had evil intentions but didn't have the guts to do it, saw this scene and broke out in cold sweat. Who was the great miss of heavenly poison? She was a reaper. And so, the name of the great miss of heavenly poison spread like wildfire. In another place, Wu Jueqing strolled on the road. In the dense forest behind him, corpses were strewn everywhere. I have to raise my strength as much as possible in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, how can I face my brothers? Wu Jueqing muttered to himself. If I want to have strength, I have to accumulate a lot of wealth, and I have to have elixirs. At this critical moment, I have to use some methods that I shouldn't use. Wu Jueqing moved faster and faster, disappearing in front of him like a shooting star. Far away, clouds and mist filled the air, and the spiritual energy was like smoke, as if taking shape. Obviously, this was a godly source realm in perfect condition. Moreover, it was a complete godly source realm that had already formed a huge array of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy had already turned purple due to excessive density, indicating that this godly source realm had existed for at least 100,000 years. In fact, it had been even longer. The truth was so. This was the place where the dreamlike veranda, the #1 sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, was located. The dreamlike mundane world veranda had always been a force to be reckoned with under the heavens, firmly occupying the top spot in the Eastern Royal Heaven sect. The person at the helm of the dreamlike veranda could even speak on equal terms with the East Royal Palace. This showed how powerful the dreamlike veranda was. A group of 100 people flew out of the dreamlike veranda's mountain gate, flying towards the boundless secular world. They have gone to check on the soul-suppressing stone. They will be back soon. A beautiful woman in snow-white clothes said softly, "Don't worry about your Uncle Master." In front of her, there was a peerless beauty in blood-red clothes. Although she was still a little young, she was already in the womb of a peerless beauty. She just stood there like that. But she was like a flower bud of peerless beauty, blooming in this misty land. She attracted passionate and admiring gazes from all around. However, no one dared to make the slightest bit of rash action. Everyone knew that this little girl was the personal disciple that the first elder of the sect had just accepted. Her aptitude was so good that it could be said that she was a one-of-a-kind peerless genius in the entire heavenly imperial court. Such a woman was truly a proud daughter of the heavens. Such a proud daughter of heaven was not someone that anyone could match up to. Even the slightest bit of wishful thinking would cause trouble. Just being the first elder of the sect, one would not be able to pass at all. Although she had only been in the sect for half a month, her extraordinary beauty, her unprecedented potential, and her pure and holy temperament, almost all the male disciples who had seen her before had been conquered by her. Although this little girl had only been in the dreamlike veranda for half a month, she had already snatched the title of the #1 beauty of the dreamlike veranda. She did not even take the initiative to snatch it, but it was recognized by everyone. The older ones all treated her like a pearl, afraid that she would fall in their hands, afraid that she would melt in their mouths. Innate spiritual body. Oh my God! Even the powerful dreamlike veranda had not had such a genius disciple in hundreds of thousands of years. As for those young disciples who were of marriageable age, they were even more infatuated, their souls lingering in their dreams, yearning for her even in their dreams. At the beginning of their meeting, they had already completely bowed down to her red dress. But she did not give any face to anyone. She always had a cold and pretty face, with a faint worry on her face. But the more it was like this, the more it made people's hearts itch. At this moment, this peerless beauty was frowning and frowning. She said softly, "Master, I was wondering if Martial Ant could help me find out the whereabouts of Brother Chu Yang." The beautiful woman in white subconsciously rolled her eyes and muttered in her heart, "What is that Brother Chu Yang? He actually made my disciple so infatuated." Fortunately, I was extra careful and specially instructed junior sister not to ask about Chu Yang this time. Even if she accidentally found out, she must not say anything. After all, he is a chick who has just ascended. Maybe he is already dead. It is best if he is dead, so as not to hinder my precious disciple's future. That thing called lust is something that greatly affects the progress of cultivation. Chapter 1814. The beautiful woman in white sighed in her heart. For a genius like Imo Qingwu, even if her progress was a little slow, it would be a dereliction of duty as her master. Update P. Every time she saw the envious and jealous gazes of her seniors and juniors, the beautiful woman felt a little smug. Who asked you guys to be so unlucky that you couldn't get such a genius disciple? Who can you blame? Wahaha, Qingwu, let's go. Let's go back and practice. When we're done, I'll make you something good to eat. Be good, be obedient. The adult and the child walked inside, ignoring the scorching gazes that were interwoven into a heavenly net around them. Coo coo coo. A strange sound suddenly came from Imo Qingwu's pocket. What's in your pocket? It's so strange, the beautiful woman asked curiously. Before she finished speaking, a small pink and snow-white head had already sneakily popped out of Imo Qingwu's pocket, a pair of big round eyes looking around curiously. Wind fox? It's actually a wind fox? The beautiful woman exclaimed softly, her eyes full of disbelief. And it's a mutated and evolved wind fox, really rare. Let me take a closer look. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand, and the wind fox actually floated out of Imo Qingwu's pocket and into the beautiful woman's palm. The wind fox was less than the size of a palm, really cute to the extreme. At this moment, its whole body was restrained, squeaking, pitifully asking Imo Qingwu for help. Good. Don't be afraid. Be good. My master is just looking at you. Imo Qingwu comforted softly. This is actually your contracted spirit beast? The beautiful woman's eyes were like lightning, full of shock as she looked at Imo Qingwu. Yes, master. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Imo Qingwu asked curiously. What's wrong? How can the heavens care so much for a person? Girl, you're really blessed by the heavens, envied by others. The beautiful woman's face was a little broken. Your aptitude is already so heaven-defying. You actually have a super-level spirit beast with a boundless future. Oh right, what did you feed this wind fox before? The beautiful woman looked around. How did such a super-level change happen? It ate a lot of things, one after another, a lot. I don't know what exactly happened. Imo Qingwu said, just the inner cores of spirit beasts alone. He ate no less than 10,000 of them. And he ate, and what else? Let me think. The beautiful woman waited nervously for Imo Qingwu's reply. I remember that it eats mysterious ice jade essence, mysterious young jade essence, heavenly moonlight treasure, jade snow spirit ginseng, ethereal heavenly crystal, mysterious heaven divine marrow, and also, spring of life, primordial purple vapor, heaven nourishing jade. There are simply too many, and there are still many that I can't remember clearly. Imo Qingwu fiddled with her fingers. That's right. He even ate 2 pieces of souls of the purple crystal. Imo Qingwu spat out word by word. The beautiful woman's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and her face grew paler and paler. She looked like she was about to faint. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapsing. Oh heavens! Oh the earth! Oh gods, listen to this. What did this little girl feed this wind fox? There were so many good things. Even in the Heaven Imperial Court, they were the best things that only existed in legends and could only be found by chance. She actually fed them to her pet? My goodness, Qingwu, you fed all these things to this little beast? The beautiful woman almost fainted. Yes. What's wrong? I think this little fellow likes these things quite a lot. He's not picky at all. Imo Qingwu blinked innocently. What's wrong? Not picky. The beautiful woman wanted to cry. She really wanted to cry. I'm not picky either. Why didn't you give me those things? Sigh. Since it's already like this, there's no point in pursuing this any further. Little girl, let me tell you. With those things as a foundation, This little fellow will definitely become a divine beast in the future, or even higher. The beautiful woman sighed speechlessly. There was something else that she was too embarrassed to say. But if these things are used on you, your achievements will be even higher, and you'll be able to look down on everyone. Holding on to this slim hope, the beautiful woman asked in a trembling voice, "Then, do you still have these things for yourself?" "Myself?" Imo Chingwu was somewhat disdainful. She said, "Of course I have them. What's wrong with Master today? Why does she seem to have gone silly? I'm already rich enough to feed these things to spirit beasts. How can I not have them?" It had to be said that Chu Yang would never treat his Qingwu unfairly. Imo Qingwu had at least one set of all the things that he had mentioned a moment ago. It wasn't much, but it was enough for the little girl's own use. The beautiful woman fainted from happiness. "It's right here. Master, do you want to see?" Imo Qingwu touched her space ring. Don't. Don't. My little grandit." The beautiful woman was extremely nervous. She held her back. "Come with me. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up." In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore. She simply picked up Imo Qingwu and rushed to the main hall. This matter was no small matter. If this was really the case, with this little brother, our dreamlike veranda would not only be the strongest sect in the Eastern Royal Heavens, but also the strongest sect in the entire heavenly imperial court. This was a matter of great importance. She had to discuss it properly with the sect master and the various elders. In the main hall of the dreamlike veranda, a group of peerless experts looked at the things that Imo Qingwu took out and collectively lost the ability to speak. Looking at the small wind fox jumping around on Imo Qingwu's body, everyone's face revealed sincere envy and jealousy. Such a good thing is only given to this little bastard? Why didn't we meet? This matter is the top secret of our sect. Nothing can be leaked. The sect master made a prompt decision. "Junior sister, these things, of course, should be used by Qingwu. Don't waste them." As he said this, he pondered for a moment. "Yes." The beautiful woman agreed loudly. "Yes, junior sister. This little brother. Cough, this. Your place is a little remote. Why don't you give it to me? I can give her a better environment and treatment." The sect master said somewhat embarrassedly. Everyone in the main hall stared at the sect master with disdainful eyes. They had never seen such a shameless person. On the day of accepting a disciple, you snatched it once, and now you're snatching it again. As expected of the sect master, the thickness of his skin is really beyond our reach. But no matter how shameless you are, it's useless. If it could be snatched, would it be your turn? Didn't you see that junior sister even rejected the elder ancestor? No, this matter is not negotiable. The beautiful woman resolutely rejected with a strong sense of righteousness. Don't even think about it. With Imo Qingwu in her arms, she left with a whoosh. The sect master touched his nose and smiled bitterly. His expression didn't change. As expected of the sect master, who wouldn't want such a disciple who would bring glory to the sect? This was also human nature. The group of old guys stood up one by one, looked at the sect master with disdain again, and left. But once they went out and returned to their exclusive small enclosed space where no one could see, this group of old guys suddenly lost their composure. They jumped inside. Just now, they were just envious and jealous. Now, they were a little hateful. It wasn't that they hated Imo Qingwu, but they hated themselves. Why didn't they persevere a little more back then? If they had persevered a little more, this disciple might have been theirs. With such a disciple, losing a little face was nothing. We're rich. Our dreamlike mortal pavilion is definitely going to be rich. Sigh. Why didn't I be the first to meet such a good seedling? It really benefited Old Seven for nothing. I really regret it. Old Seven's mission should have been me, but I was too lazy to move, so I let her go. In the end, I came back with a hot pancake and picked up the number 1 genius of the Heaven Imperial Court. Why was I so lazy? I really regret it to death. Bang, 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 bang. Old Seven is really lucky. Such a good seedling was picked up by her. Sigh. Master, I request to see you. I have something important to ask for your help. Her direct disciple requested to see her. Come in. Yes, master. I have something to ask for your help. What is it? I'm not young anymore. I've reached the age of marriage. Men should get married when they are of age. This is human nature. It's not strange. Our sect doesn't forbid marriage. There's no need to be like this. Thank you, master. I have taken a fancy to a junior sister. I would like to ask for your help. Well, this is a good thing. Tell me, who do you like? Master will naturally uphold justice for you. Yes, thank you, master. He excitedly raised his head. Master, I have taken a fancy to junior sister Qingwu, who has just arrived at the sect. Please help me. Before he could finish speaking, get out, get out. She was furious and couldn't restrain her anger. Is Qingwu someone you can covet? Who do you think you are? Get out quickly. If you dare to have these crooked thoughts again, I will break your legs. Get out, get out. Similar scenes were playing out in almost every qualified elder's place. Some of them had many direct disciples, and they received several requests in a day. In desperation, they simply gathered all the disciples and scolded all the disciples. Then, the group of old guys went into seclusion. At this point, even if Emo Qingwu agreed, these old guys wouldn't agree. Emo Qingwu was now the #1 treasure of the dreamlike world pavilion. Before she grew up, no one dared to mention marriage. It was as serious as digging up the ancestral grave of the dreamlike world pavilion. These movements weren't small, but they were insignificant in the context of the entire continent. To be more precise, they were completely silent. It was just a small wave that didn't attract attention. However, no one would have thought that an organization by the name of Heavenly Armament Pavilion would quietly rise up in this situation where the various tyrants had already divided their territories. No one would have thought that such a small organization would turn the entire Heavenly Imperial Court upside down in the next few years. Chapter 1815. Dreamlike Veranda. Baidu search PCOM. Emo Qingwu practiced quietly, but there was a smile on her lips. Yes, master. Chu Yang's cultivation speed is faster than mine. Yes, master. I only have a purine body here, so I have everything I need. These treasures were all given to me by a mysterious expert, but the few pieces of pure yang were consumed by Chu Yang. Emo Qingwu believed that these words of hers would have a strong impact on her master, Dreamlike Veranda. Dreamlike Veranda did not forbid marriage. However, with her aptitude, she had become a treasure. The sect would definitely not allow a disciple with such aptitude to marry out easily. But everything could only be maximized when yin and yang were in harmony. Although Emo Qingwu took out a lot of treasures, there was only a little bit of mysterious yang jade essence of pure yang. It was far from being able to achieve the harmony of yin and yang in the body and the harmony between heaven and earth. Although her aptitude was fast enough, far faster than half of the people, if she could get more pure yang treasures, her speed would increase even more. And the treasures that were a perfect match were with Chu Yang. And Emo Qingwu emphasized that Chu Yang had already consumed them. In this way, as long as she encountered a bottleneck or any obstacles in her progress, she would need Chu Yang's help. Therefore, Dreamlike Veranda would not hurt Chu Yang no matter what, and would only look for him. She could feel that after she said these words, her master's expression was ugly and conflicted. Emo Qingwu, of course, did not care about this. She had achieved her goal, so she wanted to practice. Ever since Emo Qingwu came to the Heavenly Imperial Court, after wandering for less than a month, she had a conflict with a local gang. After killing many people in the gang, Emo Qingwu fled. On the way, she met her master. The beautiful woman in white saw a group of big men chasing a little girl. She instinctively helped. After killing the group, she found that this little girl was really cute. After some contact, she was even more shocked to find that this little girl actually had a rare innate spirit body. She could not move her feet at once. She wanted Emo Qingwu to acknowledge her as her master. But Emo Qingwu already had a master. How could he agree? The two sides had been entangled for a long time. The beautiful woman in white had made concessions time and time again. In the end, she had even made a decision to give Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing the position of guest elders of the dreamlike Mortal Worlds Pavilion. They would be of the same generation as them. Moreover, she had also made a concession to become Imo Qingwu's third master. Imo Qingwu reluctantly nodded. At this point, Imo Qingwu had no choice but to nod. The cultivation of this beautiful woman in white is terrifyingly high. Even if she wanted to escape, she couldn't. It was only after arriving at the dreamlike secular pavilion that Imo Qingwu realized that she had arrived. It was actually the #1 sect in the Eastern Royal Heaven, Jiangnan, in an elegant courtyard. Auntie, I'm a little discouraged now. I really feel a little inferior. A handsome young man stood beside a beautiful woman. His face was filled with a bitter smile of defeat. The beautiful woman also smiled bitterly. In the courtyard, an aura of a breakthrough was rising. It was spreading out. Zixieqing is really an anomaly in the entire demon clan. Her original strength was already extremely high, but because of her injuries, she didn't fully recover. And because of her body refinement, her cultivation fell greatly, but she didn't lose her realm. So it's not surprising that her cultivation speed is a little faster. This sentence, even she didn't believe it herself. She was purely comforting her nephew. It could be considered a white lie. This handsome young man was naturally the demon clan's Tai. Ever since Zixieqing came here, this guy who admired Zixieqing shamelessly stayed here. Even if he couldn't get close to her, it was good to see her often. Didn't they say that love grows with time? I'll keep staying here. I don't believe that I can't melt the iceberg. But as time passed, he became less and less confident. So there was a saying in this world that there was an eternally frozen iceberg. Auntie, you don't have to comfort me. The demon clan's Tai looked miserable. When she first came here, she was only at the earth level. In less than a month, she broke through to the heaven level. In less than half a month, she broke through to the heaven level. In 3 months, she broke through to the saint level. Half a year later, she reached the peak of the saint level. Now, she's already breaking through to the heavenly level. The demon clan's Tai felt like he was going crazy. Even if she's just recovering her original cultivation, this speed is unprecedented in the heavenly imperial court. Is this something that can be compared with human strength? And I remember clearly that when she injured me 10,000 years ago, she was definitely only at the saint level. The demon clan's Tai looked pale. Now, she's already broken through to the heavenly level. How is this possible? How is this possible? The beautiful woman in white could only sigh. Sigh, I don't know what to say either. Let's see if your devotion can move her. But based on the current situation, it's not very likely. Of course, this is only my personal opinion. It was indeed her personal opinion. In other people's eyes, it was not only not very likely, it was simply impossible. The demon clan's Tai, who knew his situation, lowered his head sadly. In his extreme dejection, even a tail under his robe drooped down, dragging it back and forth on the ground. It's so difficult. Auntie, why is it so difficult to pursue a woman? The beautiful woman in white rolled her eyes at him and said, if it's not difficult, then you won't cherish her after you get her, right? You're right. The demon clan's Tai's fighting spirit rose again. I'll definitely move her. Sincerity can move metal and stone. Definitely. Okay, then I hope you can move her soon. The beautiful woman in white smiled and said, but you should also cultivate to catch up with her. Are you going to be beaten by your wife every day when you get married in the future? Thinking of this terrible fact, the demon clan's Tai's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, okay, from now on, I'll cultivate as hard as I can. That's a good boy. It was chaos outside. But at this moment, Chu Yang was leisurely in the Chu clan's courtyard. Since the storm had already started, Chu Yang didn't need to worry anymore. Now, the storm was still rushing over from far away. Naturally, Chu Yang was even more relieved. In fact, this instigator even improvised a poem on the spot. Unintentional celestial man's wrath, a fart blasts directly. Heroes from all walks of life come. The wind is like a dragon. The cloud is like a tiger. Everything has nothing to do with me. I only want to embrace the beauty. Let the wind and waves hit me. I'll walk leisurely. It was said that this poem was accidentally heard by the wives of a few brothers. All of them laughed until their stomachs hurt. Chu Yang and Tai Butian strolled in the courtyard and came to the courtyard. Now, in the courtyard, there was a group of little guys chasing and playing. In the distance, there were people of similar ages running and practicing martial arts. There wasn't any pattern to it, just pure physical exercise. Xie Danqiong's wife, Madame Mei, was carefully looking after them with some people. She was afraid that someone would get hurt. It had to be said that Madame Mei was full of gentle motherly nature. To children, she was the most intimate. This was also the so-called affinity. In addition, Madame Mei was extremely patient. She also liked every one of these little guys very much. Therefore, everyone was also willing to be close to her. It was unknown who shouted, "Big Brother Chu, the patriarch is here." Immediately, a group of little guys swarmed over. Their eyes were full of passion. Their faces were full of admiration. "Big Brother Chu Yang, clan master. You're here, you're finally here. I missed you so much. When are you going to teach us martial arts? I want to become a heavenly soldier." "Me too, me too. Hee hee, just thinking about it makes me feel impressive. Heavenly soldier, ha. Tisk, only you. I'm still the strongest." The little guys were in a mess. Chu Yang smiled from the bottom of his heart. After playing with this group of little guys for a long time, he didn't show the slightest bit of impatience. Tai Butian was especially touched, who said that emperors were heartless. Although she had only been separated from her son for more than a month, Tai Butian had been in her heart for a very, very long time. The moment she saw so many little guys who were about the same age as her, at most 3 or 4 years older, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She squatted down and comforted them gently, hugging them one by one. Her actions were gentle, as if she was hugging her son. A mother would be worried about a son traveling 1,000 miles, and a mother would be worried about a son traveling 1,000 miles. Although Tai Butian was a qualified ruler, she was also a loving mother at the same time. Seeing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That little bastard, not only did he usurp the throne, he even chased his parents away early on. Little heartless. I'll spank you when we're old. When Minister Chu was thinking this, he had completely forgotten that he was also involved in all these. Furthermore, he was the mastermind and accomplice. To a large extent, he was the one who instigated the little Chu Yang. Chu Yang took a step forward and gently held Tai Butian's arm. He said softly, "Don't worry, there's a monster over there, one who's even more of a monster than me. If he wants to come up, I'm afraid he can come up at any time. It's just that he hasn't completed what he wants to do yet. Once he's done, he can come over at any time." "Really?" Tai Butian's eyes were a little teary. At this moment, she was even a little weak. The ruler at this moment was actually a mother who missed her son who was far away. No matter how much power she wielded, no matter how much of a ruler she was, at this moment, she was just a mother who missed her son. "Really?" Chu Yang said very firmly, even with a tone of certainty. Tai Butian looked at these children enviously. She said, "How good would it be if they were always by our side?" Chu Yang sighed softly. "You also know that our children, if they were really always by our side, it would instead be difficult for them to grow up. Only an environment without restrictions can allow them to grow up best." Tai Butian sighed softly, but she also agreed with Chu Yang's words. Tai Butian was a qualified ruler, but she was definitely not a strict teacher. She was simply too kind and amiable toward her own children. Since ancient times, loving mothers tended to spoil their children. Although every mother couldn't wait to hold their children in their arms for the rest of their lives, for the sake of their children's future, they still had to be ruthless and let go, allowing their children to fly alone, to gain experience and have their own lives. The gentleness in Tai Butian's eyes at this moment quickly conquered the children. Chapter 18:16. Children's hearts were the most sensitive. They could sense who was good to them. This was something that couldn't be faked. All of them gathered around her, their faces full of concern and admiration. From Tai Butian, they could truly feel the aura of a mother. "Children." With tears in her eyes, Tai Butian smiled and said, "All of you must be well." There was complete silence. Some of the orphans who didn't have parents since they were young even had red eyes. Don't call her auntie. This is your sister-in-law, my wife. Chu Yang smiled and introduced her loudly. If you have any problems in the future, just look for her. Remember. Okay. All the children shouted loudly. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. A 10-year-old girl looked at Tai Butian in a daze and murmured, "The mother in my dreams is just like this." Tai Butian was playing with the children. Chu Yang quietly called Madame May to one side. Sister-in-law, have you calculated the things that I asked you to? Yes, the statistics are out. We have 5,475 children, but less than 1,000 of them have names. The rest of the younger ones may have names, but most of them have already been forgotten. In this way, there is no way to continue investigating. Madame May looked at these children and sighed with some heartache. This detestable world has caused so many people to die. No matter whether they deserved it or died innocently, what did these children do to deserve it? They have to bear the suffering of the world at such a young age. The heavens are heartless. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, "There is really no other way. Life is the world of martial arts. The world of martial arts has been full of killing, fighting, and competition since ancient times. Death is something that is destined to be unavoidable." Madame May sighed deeply and said, "Fortunately, there are people like you. Only these children can change their fate." Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he said, "I can only manage a very, very small portion. Most of the time, I can't do anything. I'm not that great, really." Madame May sighed deeply. "For those who don't have names, let's name them according to the surname Chu." Chu Yang said softly, "Let's use wind, rain, thunder, lightning, fog, snow, frost, sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, spring, summer, autumn and winter, plum blossom, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum. There are too many people. Even if we use all the commonly used words, I'm afraid it won't be enough." Madame May frowned. Chu Yang said, "This is easy to handle. We can name Chu Xingyun, Chu Qingyun, Chu Baiyun, Chu Ziyun, Chu Maiyun, and so on. When he ran out of words, he would switch to another one. Also, separate the boys from the girls. Girls should be more gentle. That's good." Madame May's eyes lit up as she said, "If that's the case, the naming of 100 people wouldn't be messed up. Yes?" Chu Yang nodded. "Take note of one thing. During this period of time, you will be choosing names at home. Everyone needs to be familiar with their new names. Remember your status in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. No one is allowed to leave. You are not allowed to go to the front yard or the backyard." All right. The most important point. He had to keep up with their diet. The children's bodies had almost recovered and could tolerate a certain amount of meat. There was no harm in getting more. And that soup, everyone must drink it. All right. Be careful. No one is allowed to go out. This matter is very important. Especially important. Chu Yang emphasized this issue once again. Although Madame May didn't understand, she still carried it out strictly. Chu Yang raised his head and sighed softly. There wasn't much time left. His heart couldn't help but surge with endless reluctance. "I've already laid out the foundation for all of you. It's up to you now." Chu Yang murmured softly to himself. "I hope that all of you will work hard and create your own future, for yourselves and for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion." That night, Tai Butian snuggled in Chu Yang's arms, frowning slightly as if there was something she didn't understand. "What's wrong? It's a little strange," Tai Butian said. "Our children are much younger than some of them, but I keep having the feeling that our children are smarter than them, and much smarter." Chu Yang sweated a little. Was there a need to say it? Even though these children had already been transformed by Chu Yang, and their aptitudes were all heaven-sent geniuses, but compared to little Tai Yang, that kind of monstrous genius, they were still lacking by quite a bit. Just comparing their willpower alone, the difference was like heaven and earth. If they really had to compare, even Imo Qingwu's innate spirit body couldn't be compared to little Tai Yang, much less these children's natural talents that were modified through heavenly treasures. "It's very late. Go to sleep." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and gave Tai Butian a meaningful smile. Your Majesty, I'll serve you. His hands had already split into two and went into the mountains and valleys respectively. Tai Butian's face and ears turned red at once. Under the assault of that pair of demonic hands, she panted heavily and said with a flushed face, You do whatever you want, but you mustn't do those weird positions again. It's really so embarrassing. Chu Yang's heart instantly burned. He said, What kind of positions exactly? If your Majesty doesn't tell me clearly, how would I know? She couldn't help but be aroused by this sentence. Just as she was about to get on the horse and her sword was about to reach, suddenly, strange noises came from outside. At this critical moment, a night walker had come. A faint, murderous aura seeped in through the window. An assassin had actually come. Chu Yang was in high spirits when he suddenly encountered such a thing. How could he not fly into a rage? His head was filled with anger, and it directly burned to the heavens. Previously, Chu Yang had fantasized that if someone came to assassinate him, he would capture the assassin. Then, he would use both the carrot and the stick, as well as poison. Perhaps, he could even subdue a few experts. In front of others, his strength was at the Earth grade level, and he also had the battle record of killing 2 Earth grade experts of the same level. Then, the person who came to assassinate him was at least stronger than himself and the 2 Earth grade experts of the Li family. Perhaps it was a high-level Earth grade, or perhaps it was the peak of Earth grade. It was also possible for them to be infinitely close to Heaven stage, and such people were not a threat to him at all. If he could subdue another wave, then 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 another wave. Of course, this was just his imagination. How could such a situation happen in reality? And now, his imagination had finally come true. Finally, someone had come to assassinate him. However, Chu Yang had completely forgotten his original plan. The only thought in Chu Yang's mind now was to kill. Originally, no matter when the assassin came, Minister Chu wouldn't be so angry. But now, at this moment, just as he was about to start serving the Empress, at this critical moment, he came. Minister Chu roared angrily. With his back bare, he only had time to put on a pair of large underpants and rushed out. The long spear was straight. It could be vaguely seen. Tai Butian's face flushed red at the sight of this. She only had time to say, Put on your clothes, but Chu Yang had already disappeared. He didn't care if the autumn light had already appeared. A magnificent sword light. Out through the window. Outside, 3 uninvited guests were standing in the courtyard, looking around with their arms crossed. One of them was indifferent. He said very gracefully, Divine Dr. Chu, we 3 brothers have come to visit you in the middle of the night. Please come out to meet us. Before he finished his words, a ghastly sword light appeared. Divine Dr. Chu, with his back bare, had already appeared in front of them. His pair of hairy legs were bare. His face was full of murderous intent. Divine Dr. Chu, haha, please forgive us. We're just following orders. We need to borrow your head. This person was a heaven-level expert, so he naturally did not take someone who had just broken through to Earth level seriously. He put his hands behind his back and spoke in a very pretentious manner, as if everything was under his control. However, before he could finish his sentence, the dense sword light had already arrived in front of him with the speed of lightning. The heaven-level expert didn't expect Divine Dr. Chu to be so straightforward. He didn't even ask any questions and directly attacked. We're heaven-level experts. We're much better than you, a mere Earth-level beginner. After being ordered to take our lives, we should at most run for our lives, not to mention kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. How can you take the initiative to attack first? For a moment, the 3 of them were even a little confused. Are we here to assassinate Divine Dr. Chu? Or is Divine Dr. Chu here to ambush the 3 of us? We still want to talk first. Why did the one who's about to be assassinated attack us without saying anything? Does he feel that he's not dying fast enough and even gave up the chance to live a little longer? He flashed and floated to one side. Wait! As the sword light landed, Chu Yang frowned and said, "Is there anything else?" His tone was full of impatience. This was definitely nonsense. Anyone who was interrupted for no reason would definitely be annoyed. The three of them were speechless. Even if there's nothing else, you don't have to be so straightforward, right? Aren't you curious? What are we three experts here for? Who sent us here? Besides, you're just an Earth-level expert. Are you a match for us three experts? Divine Dr. Chu is indeed extraordinary. The heaven-level expert laughed and said, "But I'm very curious. Are you not curious about our arrival at all? Or is our arrival within your expectations? Only ghosts would know that you're coming. Well, what are you here for?" Chu Yang asked smoothly. "To kill you," this person said in a threatening and oppressive manner. "Or, if you want to kill me, why aren't you doing it? Are you planning to kill me with your mouth?" Chu Yang scolded. "I thought that you're here for a chat. I'm not interested in chatting with you in the middle of the night. Do you know that you three bastards have spoiled my plans?" The three of them were petrified. Is it really true that the ignorant are fearless? Or is this divine Dr. Chu simply a fool who doesn't know anything? He's already at death's door, but he still dares to be so arrogant? I've caught a cold. Fever, 38. 5 degrees. My nose hasn't breathed for a day and a night. My head hurts from breathing through my mouth. I've been drinking water for a day, but my throat still hurts terribly. Chapter 18:17. Impudent. The other Earth grade expert finally couldn't help but scold him. "It's one thing for us to kill you, but you're just an Earth grade beginner. You can't be so arrogant. Even if you're in a hurry to reincarnate, you can't be so impatient. Impudent your grandma." Chu Yang scolded and didn't waste any more words. His calamity sword flashed in the air and he shouted, 10,000 feet of cold light. This move had once killed more than 10 experts of the Li family in one strike. Its power was immense and unstoppable. Two of the three were present at that time and naturally knew the pros and cons of this move. They said at the same time, "Be careful." The three leaped up at the same time and attacked. Since this guy was so untactful, it was better to kill him as soon as possible. Do you think that just because you can kill some ants, you'll be successful in every endeavor? We're all great experts who are far above you. However, Chu Yang wasn't an unwise person. How could he make the mistake of using the same move again? Although he said 10,000 feet of cold light, in reality, he used the 4 moves of the Calamity Sword's sword point at the same time. A sharp sonic boom rang out, and everyone's eardrums were filled with the sound of sword chi whistling through the air, as though they were about to explode. The three were instantly drowned by the sword aura. Break. The Heaven Grade expert was full of confidence. He felt that with his Heaven Grade ability, how could it not be easy to deal with a small Earth Grade beginner? Holding the long sword in his hand, he directly chopped down. He wanted to bully the weak with his strength and forcefully break the move. In the blink of an eye, a tyrannical science sword chi rushed straight towards the sword chi that Chu Yang had emitted. He was very confident that this sword move would disperse the sword energy that had filled the sky in an instant. Moreover, it would cut Chu Yang into 2 halves, so he let the other 2 take action. To deal with such a junior, Chu Yang could easily take him down. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. How could there be any accidents? However, the final result of that sword strike shocked him greatly. Chu Yang's sword aura was split apart as he expected, but at the same time, the long sword in his hand cracked into 4 or 5 pieces. This was a godly weapon that had accompanied the ZJ for many years. If he hadn't retracted his hand fast enough, even the arm holding the sword would have been turned into minced meat. The strength of a Heaven Stage expert was high, but that didn't mean he was invulnerable to 10,000 weapons. If he were to encounter a true godly weapon, he would still be injured and die. Then, the sword chi that had just been dispersed. Instead of dispersing, they gathered together again and descended with great power. A moment of carelessness and underestimation of the enemy had actually caused him to fall into a dangerous situation. However, a Heaven Stage expert was a Heaven Stage expert after all. After coming to his senses, he quickly adapted. He immediately circulated his entire body's cultivation, and a layer of faint blue light flickered. Like the rising tide of the sea, it surged out crazily, counterattacking with all its might. Although Chu Yang's sword light had enveloped everything around it and seemed to be unstoppable, when it came into contact with this blue light, it was as if the sword had slashed into the ocean. Furthermore, the seawater was unusually viscous. Every time he chopped down, he would chop down. Both consumed a certain amount of strength and speed. And in this Jan, the other party had already calmly dodged. In an instant, more than 300 slashes. With a hua sound, the Tian Grade Expert leapt backwards. At the same time, the Tian Grade Expert leapt backwards. Chu Yang retreated with his sword. Chu Yang had consecutively chopped out 350 slashes. Only the last 30 slashes were barely effective, tearing the other party's clothes into pieces. However, in reality, there wasn't a single wound on the other party's body. This was also when the Heaven Stage Expert's protective Xian technique gradually couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. In shock, he managed to escape. And this moment happened to be the last moment when Chu Yang had used up all 4 sword moves. Under the opponent's viscous protective Xian technique, most of the true essence that he had used previously had been consumed. If he could barely hold on, he would fall into a state of decline. At the same time, he also retreated. If I don't retreat, my cultivation won't be able to keep up with the consumption, and I will die under this sword. That Heaven Stage Expert panted, his eyes filled with shock. If I don't retreat, my cultivation won't be able to keep up with the consumption, and I will definitely die under his hands. Chu Yang panted slightly, absorbing energy from the tribulation space with all his might to recover. His heart was filled with inexplicable shock. A Heaven Stage Expert indeed lived up to his name. This was the first time that Chu Yang had truly fought with a Heaven Stage Expert. Although the other party had always been at a disadvantage and even had no room to fight back, Chu Yang knew that this was caused by the other party's carelessness and underestimation of him. The moment he came up, his sword was broken, and he was completely forced into a passive state. If the other party really went all out with Zhang would probably be the one to lose. Chu Yang took in a deep breath. When I was in the Heaven Stage continent, I could kill a 2nd-grade Supreme Martial Artist and fight a 3rd-grade Supreme Martial Artist with a 1st-grade Supreme Martial Artist cultivation. But here, I'm actually not a match for a Heaven Stage Expert with a cultivation close to the Earth Stage. This difference was almost several times that of the Heaven Stage continent. If it was purely based on cultivation, the difference was probably more than 4 times. This difference was almost several times the difference between the Heaven Stage Imperial Court and the Heaven Stage continent. It wasn't just the difference between Earth Stage and Heaven Stage. This person was only a Heaven Stage Expert. If Heaven Stage was compared to Heaven Stage Experts, what was the difference? Compared to Saint Stage Experts? Chu Yang's heart became more and more cautious. Heaven Stage Imperial Court was indeed not an ordinary place. Little, you're indeed not bad. You do have some capital to be arrogant. That Heaven Stage Expert finally caught his breath. His eyes shone with blue light. The other party's swordsmanship was indeed strange and sharp to the extreme. If it wasn't for Zhang's high cultivation, sufficient protective energy, and the explosive potential of his life force, he would have been turned into minced meat just now if he didn't handle it properly. A novice who had just broken through to the Earth Stage could already force Zhang into such a state. To this Heaven Stage Expert, this was simply a great humiliation. Chu Yang took in a deep breath and made a decision at this moment. Yonghua's Divine Sense, Chu Yang, Yin Russian, and Shifty Cat had all arrived at this moment. They were watching the battle in the dark, but Chu Yang didn't want them to make a move. This is Jinji's battle. Although the opponent is a Heaven Stage Master, which is beyond Jinji's ability to deal with on the surface, I must kill him today. Relying on others was considered a shitty ability? Why couldn't an Earth Stage Expert be a Heaven Stage Expert? Others couldn't. It didn't mean that I, Chu Yang, couldn't. The Calamity Sword Master had always been a legendary existence. Today would be the beginning of the legend of the Calamity Sword Master. Chu Yang raised his head and said coldly, "Since you've already said that you're here to kill me, stop spouting nonsense. All of you can come at me together. He stood with his sword in hand, his eyes filled with disdain. All of you can come at me together. These 4 words, facing 3 experts who were much stronger than Zhang. He actually said it with such confidence and power. While the 3 of them were stunned, Chu Yang's sword flashed. He actually took the lead to attack again. As the sword flashed, the radiance of the flowers became more and more obvious. It actually engulfed all 3 of them at once. This was extreme contempt from beginning to end. This made the Heaven Stage expert so angry that his chest almost exploded. He spread his hands outwards and shouted, "No one is allowed to make a move. I want to kill him alone." Facing an Earth Stage beginner, Zhang, who was a Heaven Stage expert, had to join forces with others to attack him. If word got out, Zhang wouldn't be able to stay in the martial world anymore. He really couldn't afford to lose face like that. But at this moment, Chu Yang's sword momentum suddenly changed. The move just now, it was the sword spikes move. Light like a dream, floating in the air. Enchanting like a sea of blood and a mountain of bones. It highlighted a light, dancing, enchanting move. The power of the sword was full of nimbleness and grace, but it was intricate and flawless. But at this moment, there was a sudden change. The temperament changed sharply, turning into 2 tyrannical sword moves full of murderous intent. Like 2 bolts of lightning, it lit up the night sky. It made everyone who saw it blind at this moment. Just now, it was the sword spike's famous move. Now, it was the sword edge's move. Howling wind and clouds from the west to the east, and sun and moon as my thunder general, the 2 moves were released at the same time. It was obviously one person attacking, but the 2 sword lights went forward side by side. There was no distinction between the master and the follower, arriving at the same time. The fleeting snow cloud movement technique under his feet circled around like a ghost, bypassing the heaven-grade expert who was on full alert. This guy spoke beautifully, but in reality, he did not dare to be careless at all. He closed in step by step, but Chu Yang, who was unprepared, easily broke through and bypassed him. The real target of these 2 moves was the other 2 people, the other 2 Earth-grade experts. A Heaven-grade expert's true strength was far above Chu Yang's, and could not be easily dealt with in 1 or 2 moves. However, the other 2 were only Earth-grade experts. Although they were still above Chu Yang, they were still within Chu Yang's range of killing. Since they were here, none of them should leave. Easy at first, difficult at last. After dealing with the variables that could affect this battle, it would be safer to focus on dealing with the heaven-grade experts. Brilliant! What a brilliant battle tactic! Yen Russian could not help but sigh. The change in this move was definitely out of everyone's expectations. It contained the will to anticipate the enemy's moves, and the ingenious sword shield. A sentence of mockery, intentionally or unintentionally, pierced through the hearts of the people. It caused the 3 of them to take the initiative to separate and face him alone. As for the other 2, they were not affected at all. Their vigilance revealed a flaw. But although the heaven-grade expert said that he would face them alone, the previous 4 moves made him tremble in fear. Then, he saw a shocking move that he had never seen before. Naturally, he chose to defend wholeheartedly. Since he was wholeheartedly defending, he naturally lacked the ability to counterattack. And Chu Yang took advantage of this subtle change in mentality to kill the other 2. Good strategy. Fishy's eyes widened. But, I'm afraid he will have to fight with his life on the line this time. Yen Russian said, that's right. Other than fighting with his life on the line, there's no other way for him to kill the other 2. Moreover, he only had this one chance. If he doesn't succeed this time, we will have to make our move. At this point, Chu Yang's sword stance had indeed changed. It became eerie and terrifying, like a ghost or a demon. It was completely fighting with his life on the line. He would rather live in seclusion for the rest of his life in exchange for a killing frenzy. Chapter 18:18. The sword light was like thunder and lightning, its momentum unparalleled, but it was also strange to the extreme, because the sword light that filled the world a moment ago had all disappeared in an instant. The two Earth grade experts who were fighting separately and focused on dealing with this tyrannical sword saw this situation and subconsciously thought that he was attacking another person. Just as they heaved a sigh of relief, the thought of dying a friend rather than dying a poor Taoist arose in their minds, but a cold light had already gone straight for the throat of one of them. There was no mercy, no way out. This is from P. And, when the sword light flashed, it actually seemed like no one was controlling it. I would rather hide my whole life in exchange for a killing frenzy in green sky. You thought that I had disappeared, but in fact, I was only hiding temporarily, waiting for an opportunity to unleash the tyrannical sword of green sky. One sword to kill the throat. It was a sure kill strike. The moment the blood light flashed, Chu Yang's body retreated rapidly in the void. A palm came diagonally. Chu Yang did not dodge, but borrowed the momentum to retreat. The speed of his retreat was actually as fast as a shooting star across the sky. That heaven-grade expert only used 3 palms in total, and all of them were moves that used offense as defense. Although the moves were sharp, the killing intent was slightly weaker. After Chu Yang's palms, his body had already retreated to 30 feet away from the other Earth-grade expert. Silently, he turned into a ray of light. It looked like he was using his back to hit that Earth-grade expert. A trace of ferocity flashed in that person's eyes. In a flash, he did not have time to use his sword, but used his palms to attack. But at this moment, the sword light flashed again. But it did not seem like it. That person only felt as if his palms were struck by lightning. Immediately, his whole body went numb, and then there was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest. He looked down. He saw a sword hilt, and the sword head had already pierced his sternum. Life and death is the beginning of the sword. Only the vicissitudes of life know the silent soul. A complete killing move. Using one's life to take another's life. These were the 2 most dangerous moves of the Calamity Sword technique. The first move of the sword. These 2 moves. Using one's body to block the move, extremely dangerous. Once the move was made, life and death would be decided. Chu Yang pinched the sword tip with 2 fingers. The sword body passed under his own ribs. The sword first hit the enemy's palms, and then hit the enemy's chest. His sternum immediately shattered. All the life force of the person who had been struck flowed back into Chu Yang's body through the Calamity Sword. His eyes gradually dimmed, and a burly figure slowly collapsed. On the other side, the other person who was bleeding profusely from his throat suddenly shriveled up and rapidly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a thump. He turned into ashes that filled the sky. They were scattered all over the ground. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He endured the pain from the palm strike on his shoulder and back. The vitality and death aura of the 2 experts who had lost their lives surged violently, and the wounds on their shoulders and backs were rapidly healing. The sword light flashed, and Chu Yang turned around. Looking at the heaven-rank expert, he said indifferently, "You don't have any helpers. Now, it's just the 2 of us." The heaven stage expert finally couldn't help but reveal deep shock and fear in his eyes. Now that things had come to this, how could he not know that he had been tricked? But he really didn't expect that any one of the 2 Earth stage experts was more than 1 level higher than this divine Dr. Chu in front of him. A few days ago, when Chu Yang had a breakthrough, he was right in front of him, and felt that he knew Chu Yang's depth very well. But how could those 2 people be killed so easily? And because he was worried about the sharpness of Chu Yang's divine sword, he didn't dare to go too far, and only used the means of attack as a form of defense. This just happened to give Chu Yang an opportunity. He actually indirectly helped the enemy to kill 2 of his companions instantly. He was very clear that if it wasn't for him, Chu Yang definitely wouldn't be able to kill these 2 people so easily. Because these 2 people thought that they would be able to resist Chu Yang and even kill him easily. It was precisely because of this mentality that they let down their guard. Chu Yang relied on his superb body movements and didn't hesitate to take a palm strike from him to break through the encirclement from the front and started to kill them. In other words, it was basically equivalent to Chu Yang and the Heaven Stage expert working together to kill the other 2. How could this result not make this Heaven Stage expert explode with anger? "Junior, you're dead for sure." His eyes were spitting fire as he said in a low voice, I really didn't expect that you would still be so confident without any helpers. To say that I'm dead for sure? Should I call you stupid? Or an idiot? Chu Yang's reply was full of disdain. Bullshit. This heaven stage expert flew into a rage. He was so angry that he wanted to die. You're saying that I joined forces to attack you? You clearly saw that I wanted to fight you one-on-one just now. It's because you're cunning and sly that the two of them are dead. Chu Yang laughed loudly. I'm cunning? Why didn't I notice? Since you're so confident that you can kill me by yourself, then why did the two of them come? Just to send themselves to death? If that's the case, they've already gotten what they wanted. This heaven stage expert was stunned for a moment, and then he was so angry that he almost went crazy. Yes, he could kill him by himself, so why did he need 3 people to come? Didn't this prove that he wasn't confident? But was he really not confident? This was fourth Master Hua's arrangement. When he thought of this, he became even angrier. Chu Yang immediately added, what if they didn't come here to die of their own accord? So, you deliberately brought these 2 people here to collect your own corpse? I really couldn't tell that you were so meticulous. You were worried that you would die an unnatural death, so you prepared so thoroughly? You came out to kill, and you even brought companions to collect your corpse. You were so worried because you were afraid that you wouldn't be able to enter your ancestral grave after you died, right? If I knew this, I really shouldn't have killed you just now. I really don't know where your ancestral grave is. Even if I wanted to collect your corpse, I wouldn't be able to send you there. Junior, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. This heaven stage expert was so angry that his insides were burning. He leaped forward, pushing his cultivation to the limit. A blue light instantly lit up the entire courtyard. But just as he moved, Chu Yang had already launched his fiercest counterattack. Just now, he had used all kinds of sharp words to infuriate the opponent. This moment was naturally the best time for him to strike. If he missed it, he would completely fall into a passive position. After all, there was a great disparity between their actual strength. The calamity sword that had just eaten its fill suddenly shone brightly. It suddenly soared into the air. This time, Chu Yang didn't hold back. Heaven-splitting divine technique and Hong Ming purple vapor were activated together. His dantian was emptied. Calamity sword techniques were all activated in an instant. From one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. Until Chu Yang self-created, slaying the world without retracting the blade. A total of 30 sword techniques. Disregarding the consequences and costs, he used all of it at once. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Kill. Kill. Merciless killers. Brother Yin, help me protect the courtyard. Bai Yunfei called out in a hurry. This guy actually wanted to get the courtyard at this juncture. He was really outrageous. This caused the already stunned cat teacher to break out in a cold sweat. But Yin Russian had already moved. There was no need to look. Just looking at the momentum just now, Yin Russian knew that this heaven stage expert in front of him was definitely going to die. Not to mention this beginner heaven stage expert in front of him. Even he himself would be unable to withstand 30 big moves like this. He would be able to withstand them, but he would definitely be flustered for a while. Of course, he wouldn't be injured with his protective technique, but he definitely wouldn't be able to protect his clothes, even if he could completely kill Chu Yang in this face-to-face encounter. However, he was bound to lose face. If he had to go through this, what was this beginner heaven stage expert in front of him? So Yin Russian didn't even consider it. He activated his cultivation and instantly protected the courtyard walls, the house, and everything that he could protect. The next moment, he only felt the sword light like wind, snow, rain, and lightning. It came straight at him. General Yin wanted to say damn, but halfway through, he remembered that a brother's wife was in the room. Finally, he stopped himself and swallowed his words. Chi 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 chi. Yin Russian closed his eyes and endured the sword light. He calculated silently. In that instant, at least 3,000 streaks of sword chi swept across his body, and this was only the sword energy that landed on him. How many of them were scattered around? What a sharp sword technique. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it emit so much sword energy in an instant? He was afraid that his previous judgment was quite wrong. Yen Rushin closed his eyes and endured the sword energy with more than 3,000 sword energy. He only felt that there were more than 3,000 alpacas galloping and roaring in his heart. Fuck. This is too fucking domineering. Chu Yang had used up all his trump cards and his energy. His body swayed as he held his sword. After this sword attack, he didn't have any energy left in his body. It was already difficult for him to even stand. Without the support of his sword, he might just collapse to the ground. At this moment, any 3 to 5-year-old child who could wield a weapon would be able to kill him. But the Heaven Stage expert's body was still glowing with blue light. He stood less than 10 feet away from Chu Yang, his eyes wide open and motionless. After a long while, a thin line of blood slowly appeared on his forehead. It slowly condensed into a crystal-clear blood bead and dripped down from his forehead. Then, his face, hair, chin, nose, eyes, ears, throat, neck, shoulders, and so on. Every part of his body that could be seen by others slowly began to show these thin lines of blood. Then, with a pop sound, a small piece of skin and a bit of hair burst out from the top of his head. A line of blood, from thin to thick, suddenly bulged out. Then, the Heaven Stage expert's body exploded like a bomb. It scattered all over the ground. As far as the eye could see, the largest piece of flesh was no bigger than a finger. What a sharp sword technique. What a domineering sword technique. What an exaggerated sword technique. Yen Rushin grinned. He removed the protection of his cultivation and disappeared in a flash. His guess was right. His clothes were indeed ruined. At this moment, it was important to leave quickly. If a gust of wind happened to come, then he would have to do something to buy Xian. Chu Yang swayed and almost fell down. Fishy strolled out in amazement, shaking his head and sighing. Chu Yang's achievements in battle had left him in awe and amazement. Chapter 18-19. After watching this battle, Fishy no longer looked down on Chu Yang. Instead, he was full of admiration. PC. If he were to spar with Chu Yang now, he would definitely win. But if it was a battle of life and death, the one who would die would definitely be him. This guy had already become an expert at fighting with his life on the line. I thought you would spare his life. Fishy pouted and said, Aren't you curious about who sent them? Chu Yang panted. He wanted to stand up, but had no strength. He just sat on the ground and laughed. No need. No need? Fishy asked doubtfully. Yes, although this heaven grade changed his body shape, the earth grade is definitely the one who escorted me here for treatment a few nights ago. Chu Yang laughed. I won't be wrong about this. So naturally, there's no need. In fact, besides this point, there was another point that Chu Yang didn't explain. It wasn't that Chu Yang didn't want to subdue this person, but he was powerless. If he hadn't killed the 2 Earth grade experts in one go and collected a large amount of life and death energy, with Chu Yang's current cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to display the power of the 30 sword moves just now. This victory was due to Chu Yang's careful planning, but it wasn't without luck. So it's that person? Fishy's expression changed. Doesn't this mean that the Jiang Donghua clan wants to kill you? Of course. Chu Yang said, Could it be anyone else? Bastard. Bastard. Teacher Cat jumped up. They used you to establish a relationship with the City Lord Mansion. After using you, they want to repay kindness with enmity? This is too despicable. Chu Yang grinned. Yes, Teacher Cat pulled his hair. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Human emotions are really complicated. They want to kill people after using them. Our cat clan is still the best. Chu Yang lowered his head weakly and thought, This blockhead. Sigh. He's too straightforward. I'm also a human, Fishy thought for a long time. His anger couldn't be quelled. Don't worry, when I see the Jiang Donghua clan, I'll definitely spit on them one by one. They're really too much. Heartless and unscrupulous. Ungrateful and ungrateful. You're worse than dogs and pigs. Son of AB*TSH. The cat teacher spat angrily. Teacher Cat was really angry this time. His furry tail swayed like a windmill as he mumbled to himself. Listening carefully, it turned out to be, meow meow, meow meow. It's like a meow. Tai Butian walked out slowly and helped Chu Yang in. Foxy rolled his eyes and could not help but say, I say, brother's wife as a mother, you're quite calm. Teacher Cat was a big brother. To be able to say something like that, that meant that he was already very dissatisfied with Tai Butian. Her husband was almost done for outside. How could his wife be so calm? Of course, if it were someone else, they would only feel dissatisfied, but Mr. Cat was a straightforward person. However, he said whatever came to his mind without any scruples. Of course, at this moment, Tai Butian was dressed as a woman. Foxy did not know that this was the minister of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion from before. Tai Butian was not offended. She turned back and smiled. Brother Cat, do you think that with Chu Yang's cultivation, he barely qualified to participate in the battle? Even if I come out, how can I be of any help? Foxy was stunned. Even if you can't help, but if I come out, he will only be distracted for no reason. Because in such a battlefield, I don't even have the ability to protect myself. If I come out, he will be distracted by me, and his mind will be distracted. Am I supposed to come out to help the enemy and harm him? Tai Butian said quietly, so I won't come out and just wait for it to end. My husband is a martial artist. Martial artists naturally can't avoid killing. But as his wife, I can only watch and wait. If he wins, I'll bandage his wounds and soothe his fatigue. If he loses and dies, it's nothing. Tai Butian said calmly, I'll just accompany him. What's wrong with that? Tai Butian smiled. What does Brother Cat think I should do? Stand outside the door with a worried look? Then cry and shout, Husband, be careful. Is that so? Foxy's face turned red and he was at a loss. Sister-in-law, it's my fault. Sister-in-law, it's my fault. After saying that it was wrong, it ran away with its tail between its legs. So embarrassing. It was so embarrassing. Foxy swore in his heart. I'll never read those novels, dramas, and stage dramas in the future. I'll never believe it. I've really embarrassed myself this time. Just like what Tai Butian said. Why did I come out? Come out to kill my man? But that's how those stage dramas are acted out. Teacher Cat was in tears. I've been cheated again. Yin Russian was changing out of his tattered clothes in his room. Yes, it should be those scraps of cloth. When he suddenly heard Foxy's question, he almost jumped out and gave him a big slap. Then, he heard Tai Butian's question and he broke into a smile. This is so satisfying. This is so satisfying. This darned cat with an overflowing sense of justice had finally been made to suffer a great loss by someone. He smacked his lips and thought, although this brother's wife isn't very good-looking, her friendship is really admirable. Tai Butian's words, it doesn't matter if I lose or die. I'll just accompany him. His voice was very calm, very steady, and very certain. Yin Russian could hear the unwavering determination in her words. It was too normal. This was true love between husband and wife. I'll accompany him when he lives. I'll accompany him when he dies. What else was there to say? Yin Russian sighed. He stared blankly at the candlelight on the table. Looking at the flickering candlelight on the table, his gaze became extremely gentle. After this mission, he would definitely accompany his wife and have a good chat when he got home, even if it's just taking a walk or sightseeing. He had been busy with work all these years and neglected her. It shouldn't be. In the room, Tai Butian helped Chu Yang to the bed and said, Tell me the truth. Are you hurt? Chu Yang chuckled. No, I'm really fine. Okay. Tai Butian didn't probe further. She said, Have a good rest. I'll give you a massage. How can I enjoy being served by your majesty? How can I? Chu Yang squinted his eyes with a perverted look on his face. Bah. Tai Butian's face turned red. She finally believed that this shameless guy was fine. Only then did she feel relieved. She carefully helped him relax his muscles. As for the medicine, she knew that Chu Yang had it, and he must have taken it long ago. She wasn't worried. Being pinched and squeezed by that pair of soft little hands, moving up and down his body. Chu Yang moaned in pleasure. As the saying goes, one's lust is aroused when one is well fed. So, Minister Chu couldn't restrain himself any longer. His heart was like a monkey running on a gallop. He wanted to continue a big project from before. So he said, "Your Majesty, actually, I'm not tired either. Why don't we take off our clothes and you can be on top?" Tai Butian's face was flushed red. She pinched a soft piece of meat on his waist and was about to use her natural ability to kill a man. "If you continue to talk nonsense," Chu Yang shifted his body a little. At the same time that he let out a scream, he shifted a certain important part of his body over. He reached out and pulled. Tai Butian's little hand touched it unexpectedly. When the foreign object entered her hand, she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. She subconsciously wanted to back away, but a large hand covered her little hand and covered it firmly. Then, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Chu Yang's voice sounded especially sinister in the dark night. "Don't move. I'll try touching you again." The meaning of his words seemed to be that she shouldn't move, but in fact, it was full of temptation. She couldn't stop even if she wanted to. Tai Butian said in a panicked and embarrassed voice, "Let go. You still dare to move? If you move again, I'll rape you. Then, you also don't move. Okay, like this, like this, like this." 3 million words were omitted. The next morning, Chu Yang found a few ruffians as usual and continued to collect all kinds of news in the city. These guys had long been submissive to Chu Yang, especially after Chu Yang had publicly executed one of them with 1,000 cuts, skinned one alive, and killed 2 more. So, how could these people dare to act rashly? They were 100% obedient to Chu Yang's orders without any objections. Now, as long as they heard Chu Yang's voice, these ruffians would tremble all over and couldn't even speak properly. To put it nicely, they were local tyrants, but in their bones, they were just local ruffians and hooligans in Zixia City. They usually fought and bullied ordinary people, but in fact, they couldn't even be regarded as the lowest level gang in Jianghu. When had they ever seen such means? And Chu Yang was using such guys to collect information. It had to be said that it was a wonderful way of turning waste into treasure. These people were very familiar with Zixia City. They could tell where even a brick had changed. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were the local gangsters. Now, they were even more diligent in collecting information. Generally, the heroes of Jianghu would naturally be vigilant towards their fellow martial artists. They didn't care much about these ruffians. Under such circumstances, these ruffians actually managed to collect a lot of information and came back. The information they collected was undoubtedly very one-sided. Some of them only had a few words. But after they came back, Chu Yang and Tai Butian made conjectures based on this information. They reclassified and reorganized it. They added to it and drew inferences from one case. In this way, they often made perfect conjectures. Even Yin Russian couldn't help but marvel at the couple's abilities. It was truly unimaginable. Generally, the people of Jianghu and the government spent a lot of effort to cultivate a relatively qualified intelligence spy. Who would have thought that Chu Yang could make it so easy and even a matter of course? Those who couldn't collect information would die. Those who reported false information would be killed with one finger. Those who fabricated information would be killed by 1,000 cuts. Those who collected good information would eat and drink well. There was no other reward. It was good enough to live. But under these most basic conditions, everyone was eager to be the first. Master Tian. It was good enough to live under this master's hands. It was so embarrassing. My wife went back to her parents' house for a few days. I found that I didn't have any underwear to change, so I grabbed 300 yuan to buy some. When I went to the supermarket, I chose a very comfortable underwear and directly asked for 10 of them. When I opened the bill, I fainted. 3,800 yuan. 310. Underwear. I had 300 yuan, but I couldn't even buy one at a discount. I used the excuse of going to the toilet to escape. I honestly bought 10-12 yuan underwear from a street stall. Chapter 1820. As for the assassination attempt on the Hua clan in Jiangdonghua, Chu Yang didn't mention it. It didn't seem like such a thing had happened at all. However, Fourth Master Hua didn't sleep for the entire night. When the sun rose, he found out that none of his 3 subordinates had returned. He asked around anxiously and then fled Zixia City like a stray dog. When someone came to report that Fourth Master Hua had fled Zixia City, Chu Yang only raised his eyebrows and said, Oh. He didn't ask about it anymore. This caused Tai Butian to worry about this Fourth Master Hua. Chu Yang usually took revenge on the spot. However, if Chu Yang bore a grudge against him, then it was really unimaginable how miserable Fourth Master Hua would be. Now, Chu Yang and Tai Butian were discussing the incoming sections. Chu Yang frowned. How many sects have arrived now? More than 10 small sects nearby have arrived. There are 2 large sects. Wolf Clan, Tiger Clan, and Cat Clan have also moved. Many people are in the city and the situation is very chaotic. Tai Butian frowned and said, however, the situation today is somewhat oppressive. There were many people who fought and sought revenge the day before and yesterday, but almost none of them have appeared today. Also, most of the people who are trying to find out news can't find out anything. Everyone is whispering very carefully or transmitting telepathic messages. This situation is very unusual. Tai Butian frowned. I think it should be some big shot or some big sect coming. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so abnormal. Since this has already caused such a commotion, then I believe the follow-up is not far away. At most, there's still half a day's journey. They will definitely arrive by tomorrow morning, right? Chu Yang touched his chin. According to common sense, that should be the case. Tai Butian blinked and smiled. Only one has arrived. Chu Yang gently tapped the table with his finger and murmured, finally one has arrived. The first half of the sentence. It had a completely different meaning from the second half. The first half was dissatisfied, but the second half was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Tai Butian smiled. They will be here soon. Chu Yang picked up a book. He slowly flipped it open on the table. After a flash of purple light, words began to appear on it. This was from Yin Russian's Space Ring. It was a book that contained special energy. Such books had always been strictly prohibited from being circulated to the outside world. It took Chu Yang a lot of effort to persuade Yin Russian to give him the money. Of course, it came at a hefty price. Yin Russian had to make a full recovery in one morning. Although Chu Yang didn't know what level of cultivation Yin Russian would be at after he fully recovered, he was sure that this guy would be at a very high level. It was definitely not simple. The purple light change. A line of words appeared on the title page of the book. Heaven Imperial Court's Fengyun list. It's actually a ranking list, Chu Yang said. On it, there are only a total of 100 sects listed, and none of the sects that came during this period of time are qualified to be listed. Yes, those who have come now are mostly cannon fodder. How could they be qualified? Tai Butian nodded with a sigh. Both of them sighed at each other. Even if one were to casually pick one of these sects, their individual combat power would be far beyond that of the Chongtian continent. With the strength of any one of these sects, it wouldn't take much effort to destroy the Chu clan. Reality was so cruel. Chu Yang slowly flipped to the first page. Heaven Sword Alliance. It's located in the extreme Heaven Soul Burial Valley. Its overall strength is ranked first in the Chongtian Imperial Court. Its leader, Du Yuntian, is a saint-level expert. His 4 subordinates are called the Heaven Sword 4 Elders. Their cultivation is at the peak of the heavenly human level, and they may have a breakthrough. Elders are called Heaven Breaking Sword, Heavenly Human Level. Guardians, 1st generation younger brother, 2nd generation younger brother. The more Chu Yang read, the more shocked the two were. Many of these were obviously corrected before. It should be because of changes in personnel, death, disappearance, or demotion. The annotations were unusually detailed. The extreme heaven is the place where the saint monarchs reside, Chu Yang said meaningfully. Therefore, your sect is officially recognized as the number 1 sect. Tai Butian's words were full of meaning as he continued, unwilling to fall behind others. Chu Yang frowned and didn't speak. After a long time, he said, it's too early to make a conclusion. Yes, Taibutian said, but it's impossible to not have doubts. Let's suppress it for now. Yes. Chu Yang nodded and flipped to the second page. The Earth's core pavilion is located in the extreme heavens azure light polar region. The Heavenly Imperial Court is ranked second in the sect's overall strength. What followed was a long introduction of the sect. The first and second place are both in the extreme heaven. It's also where the saint is, commonly known as the domain. Chu Yang looked at these introductions and frowned. He murmured, "So many experts. I wonder how many people participated in the battle against the extraterrestrial demons?" He pointed at a person's name and said, for example, just as he was about to express his feelings, he saw the name of the person he touched with his finger float up and a list was opened. It was the life story of this person. Eastern celebrity, direct descendant of the Earth's core pavilion's elder Dongfang, peak of the heavenly human level, white face and black beard, elegant and refined. Swaddled in swaddling clothes, he practiced swordsmanship when he was young and reached the heaven level 50 years later. Note, without the help of any medicine. After reaching the saint level, he participated in the battle of the purple cloud heavens 177 times. Killed the extraterrestrial demons. This was obviously the detailed personal information of this person. Until a year ago, he was still in seclusion. Then, there was another note at the end. Here it was, note, if there are no accidents this time, the probability of breaking through to the high level of the heavenly human level after the seclusion is 50%. This kind of information was simply unimaginably detailed, almost without leaving anything out. Considering the huge number of experts in the Heaven Imperial Palace, such a description was so detailed that it made one's hair stand on end. There were even speculations about future achievements. It even gave an accurate probability. This person in charge of writing the Heaven Imperial Palace's ranking of clans is simply a machine, an extremely precise machine. Chu Yang praised from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, not only did he compile this book, but he also compiled a book called The Top Ranking of All Ages in the Heavenly Imperial Court. On it, he ranked all the people above the peak of the saint level. Although they fight to the death for this ranking every day, most of the people on the list are still proud of it. Most of them are sincerely convinced by this ranking. This is a miracle. This amount of work is huge and complicated. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. As far as I know, among all the people I know, there's only one person who can do this. Chu Yang sighed endlessly. Taibutian blinked and said, "Emo Tianji?" Yes. Chu Yang sighed. Only Tianji. And only he can be so full of fun and efficiency in such a complicated and boring job. Emo Tianji is indeed a talent. However, these rankings might not have been created by a single person. Maybe it was done by many people together. Maybe it was done by the hidden forces of the government. There's no way to tell. Taibutian smiled. Such a ranking is too advantageous for the management of the Heaven Imperial Palace. It's like throwing out a piece of meat in the pugilistic world for everyone to fight for. Strictly speaking, it's a kind of emperor's mind trick. Emperor's mind trick? Chu Yang muttered to himself, as if he had understood something. Let's not talk about this for now. These things are still very far away for us now. Taibutian cleverly pulled the topic back. This famous person from the east that you're pointing at is indeed a man. Other than when he was roaming the pugilistic world below the martial saint position, the few experiences he had were basically killing extraterrestrial demons in the purple cloud heavens. That's right. There was also a look of respect on Chu Yang's face. Such a person was unquestionably worthy of respect. Then, Chu Yang named a few more names, all of which had a summary of their lives. Some of them were judged as this person looks slippery but is actually honest and considerate, without any shrewdness. Some were judged as this person has a human face but a beast's heart, full of evil, should be eliminated as soon as possible. However, many of these people, without exception, had gone to the purple cloud heavens to fight extraterrestrial demons. Regardless of how much of the reason was to gain experience and how much of the reason was to kill extraterrestrial demons, all of them had ultimately gone to battle, and more than once. On the contrary, the Heavenly Sword Alliance, the number one sect that had always been responsible for the safety of the world, had many experts, but most of them had never been to the purple cloud heavens. Who is good and who is bad? Who can say for sure? Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Even if he is full of evil, if he dies on the battlefield against extraterrestrial demons, who can say that he is bad? Even if his name is known throughout the world and his chivalry covers the pugilistic world, can he really be considered a good person when he does nothing to fight against foreign invaders? How could one judge right and wrong? Black and white could not be distinguished. Tai Butian mused, there's no such thing as absolute good or absolute bad in this world. This depends on everyone's experience. To an ordinary person, whoever is good to me is good. Whoever is bad to me is bad. She smiled sweetly. It's hard to distinguish good and bad. So why do you have to make such a clear distinction? If a bad person wholeheartedly thinks for you, will you kill him? If a good person wholeheartedly wants you dead, will you kill him? Chu Yang laughed. Yes, that's right. It seems that I have never been a good person. At least, I admit that I am not. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, continuing to read. Dreamlike Veranda, East Pole, ranked third in the Heavenly Imperial Court in terms of overall strength. Note: the Dreamlike Veranda's strength is roughly equal to the heart-seeking sword pavilion of the Daluo Heaven. This ranking is based on the ranking competition 500 years ago. Now that the ranking competition is imminent, the rankings may be changed. It is difficult to judge who will emerge victorious. Chu Yang rejoiced in their misfortune and said, it seems that there will be a fierce battle between these two sections. If there is a chance, we might as well go and watch the show. I believe such a show is worth watching. Tai Butian smiled lightly. I'll follow you. Chapter 1821. The two of them read this book very slowly. They were especially careful, especially the key experts. The two of them even tried their best to memorize them. They couldn't possibly take out the book to search for every person they met, right? There was only one sentence on the last page. Heavenly Imperial Court officials, official forces and demon forces are not within the scope of this evaluation. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. There were so many experts, including several super experts at the saint level and countless at the celestial level. So many experts were only from the sects in Jianghu, and they did not include the forces of the government. There was also the demon race. Zi Xieching was from the demon race. Then, should the actual number of top experts be calculated by 2 or 3 times the current number, or even more? The Heavenly Imperial Court's strength is so great. It's really frightening. Chu Yang looked at the dark sky outside the window. He sighed and said, this sentence was full of praise and amazement, but it was also full of sorrow. Looking at it now, he had only seen less than a quarter of the experts, and he was already depressed. Back then, when the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds, Zi Hao, was fighting alone, how angry must he have been when he thought of these people? Maybe the extraterrestrial demons are more powerful. Tai Butian comforted him. This is also something unknown, she said slowly. Besides, even if this side is stronger than the other side, if the people are not united, even if there are hundreds of millions of heavenly human-level experts, it will still be useless. Chu Yang nodded slowly, expressing his agreement. Not to mention other things, just from the ranking of the sects, it could be seen. How much effort would the sects put in to get a higher ranking? How much scheming would they put in? If they spent all their energy here, who would still think about the extraterrestrial demons? Not only would they have no energy, they would also have no time. Fame and fortune. How could it only exist among ordinary people? The people here, to the heavenly continent, were undoubtedly equivalent to immortals. But how many people could escape from the fight for fame and fortune? Weren't they still fighting among themselves for fame and fortune? Fighting to the death every day? Besides, the purple clouds was still so far away. The news from so far away was transmitted here. Even if it was deliberately suppressed, how many waves could it cause? How much blood could it stir? Chu Yang suddenly understood the helplessness of the Heavenly Emperor of Purple Clouds back then. Junior, Please don't forget to fight the heavenly demons in the outer realm. How desolate were these words. It was just like how parents would say to their children, my generation won't make it. All my hopes are on you. Those children, you haven't gone to see them today, right? Tai Butian asked in a low voice. No. Chu Yang knew what Tai Butian meant. So, he said in a heavy voice, it's enough for now. Tai Butian nodded and sighed. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes. If we force them to stay, we won't be able to give them the future that belongs to them. For their future, Chu Yang said solemnly. I understand. Tai Butian sighed sadly. Her reluctance to part grew even stronger. How much did it cost to train an expert? To train an ordinary person, one had to start from the basics. Until he was able to resist the heavenly demon's saint level. How much wealth would he need? How many spirit herbs? How much experience? How much risk? Even if he was an unparalleled genius, they would also have to bear the potential danger of dying halfway. Furthermore, the probability of this kind of genius falling was at least 10 times higher than ordinary martial artists. Even if it was just to nurture one or two, ordinary big clans wouldn't be able to bear it. For example, in Zixia City now, the Jin and Wu clans were said to be big clans. Could they train a real expert with the strength of their entire family? In their eyes, a heaven-level expert was already an unsurpassable super-existence. But in the eyes of a real expert, a heaven-level expert was just a slightly stronger ant. It was absolutely impossible to rely on such big clans to train an expert. I miss my son. Tai Butian leaned weakly in Chu Yang's arms. During this period of time, Tai Butian really missed little Tai Yang, who was far away in the heavenly layer. A mother would miss her son thousands of miles away, tossing and turning restlessly in her bed. It was precisely because of these young children that Tai Butian's motherly love was temporarily shifted. At this moment, thinking that these children would also leave her, the longing in her heart that had been suppressed for a long time became even stronger. As an emperor, the times when Tai Butian was so weak could be counted with one's fingers. Furthermore, she would only appear in front of Chu Yang. How could I not miss? Chu Yang hugged her gently and sighed. Not only do I miss my son, but I also miss my parents. I miss my brothers and friends in the heavenly layer. The two leaned together and gazed out of the window quietly. For a long time, they didn't say a word. Since Chu Yang and the rest left, the Iron Cloud Empire in the lower three heavens began to expand rapidly. The iron hooves of Iron Cloud galloped across the lower three heavens like a gust of wind. Furthermore, a team of thousands of martial artists had already begun to attempt to set foot in the lower three heavens. Even the lower three heavens wasn't the end. The new Emperor Tai Yang's attitude was very clear. Rule the heavenly layer. Furthermore, this little guy was really scheming. Before he took action, the news had already spread across the entire heavenly layer. Tribulation Swordmaster. Tribulation's nephew. Ning Tianya was his imperial advisor. Such news spread across the heavenly layer like a hurricane. Who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a powerful existence? Being afraid before the battle was already a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, the little rascal also did something that made people speechless and ridiculous. Feng Yuro was pregnant and hadn't given birth yet, but the little rascal actually called himself the son-in-law of Elders Feng and Yu. They really didn't know how the little rascal would deal with Feng Yuro if she gave birth to a little girl. Would he urge Elders Feng and Yu to work quickly? What if he said, hurry up and give birth? My wife is counting on the two of you. Even if you give birth to 10,000 sons, it's still not enough. You must give birth to a daughter. After Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro heard the news, they were stunned for a whole day. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Even in their dreams, they didn't expect Chu Yang's son to be even more of a bastard than him. Both of them were somewhat worried. What if it's really a daughter? According to their understanding of the little rascal, he might really do something like begging his mother-in-law to give birth to a daughter. One daughter was quite good. But if they were all sons? Feng Yuro often touched her belly and felt a chill down her spine. A joke back then actually attracted such a great son-in-law? Of course. During this period of time, all the high-level cultivators could also clearly feel. For some reason, the spiritual energy in the heaven-level continent was getting thinner and thinner, and the standard for ascension also seemed to be lowering. It was even decreasing rapidly. Except for a few people who seemed to be allowed to stay in the heaven-level continent by the heavenly axiom, the rest of the people with cultivation of supreme martial artist and above actually ascended one after another. Some of them were directly unknown. All in all, almost every few days, there would be a golden bridge descending. So everyone knew, yes, another one ascended. And then a few days later, another golden bridge would descend. Yes, another one ascended. In the end, everyone directly became somewhat numb, because those below supreme martial artist also began to ascend. Previously, only a few ascended in hundreds of thousands of years. Those were all immortal legends. But now, those who ascended were almost like cabbages, rotten on the streets. They didn't care anymore. This might be too much to say, but in reality, it was less than half a year's time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another ascended. Not even 100 ascended. This was truly a common occurrence, and it was no longer surprising. Since when did ascension become so worthless? It was as if one could ascend by farting. That was the feeling. It was really strange. At first, they were still asking each other, who's ascending today? In the end, they just stopped asking. Who cares? Anyway, it's not you and it's not me. If it were you, we wouldn't have met today. That's right. Why do I feel that ascension is not attractive now? In the past, I always felt that it was out of reach, something that was hard to come by even in my dreams. When they spoke, they still looked envious, as if they had a toothache. But they were not as eager and fanatical as before. That was then, and this is now. Chu family courtyard. Every time young Ruolan saw a golden bridge in the sky, she would be in a daze. After thinking for a long time, she would quietly cry. Then, she would start to practice martial arts, exercise, and carefully apply the medicine that her son left behind. It was said that this way, she would not age to the greatest extent. Young Ruolan expressed her deep belief in this. My son will come back to see me one day. I can't let him not recognize me. Regarding this, young Ruolan's attitude was very firm. So sometimes, if Chu failing slacked off, young Ruolan would unceremoniously rush him to practice martial arts and exercise. Yes, practicing martial arts was just to maintain the status quo. Exercising the body was the most important thing. If you dare to make my son lose his father, you can try, young Ruolan said fiercely. Regarding this, Chu failing was submissive. He did not dare to be angry or say anything. His wife was right, so he could only do as she said. In addition to practicing martial arts and maintaining health, the two of them would go to the lower three heavens to see their grandson when they had nothing to do. Then, they would come back, practice martial arts and maintain health, and then go back after a few days. They were never tired of running back and forth. Diwu Qingru held a register in his hand and added a line on it, year, month, and day. Li Xiongtu ascended to the heavenly imperial court. Year, month, and day. Ling Muyang ascended to the heavenly imperial court. This afternoon, Chu Yang put down the last heavy pill. This was the last investment used to improve the aptitude of the children. After the children drank today's soup, the entire deteriorating treatment would end. From this moment on, Chu Yang could be infinitely sure. Every child that walked out of his courtyard would be pursued and even fought over by the super sex. Because their aptitude, any one of them had already reached such conditions and had such qualifications. Genius. Every one of them was a top-notch genius. Although they were definitely not as amazing as Mo Qingwu, Gu Duxing, or Chu Luer, such talents had already reached the point where they would not be ignored no matter where they were. Chapter 1822. But now, looking at the chaotic situation before him, Chu Yang still wouldn't let these little fellows show their faces in public for the time being. Baidu search PCOM, especially when only some small sects and clans had come. What use would that be? It would be an infinite waste to let them take him there. It would truly be a reckless waste of resources. But if he didn't, these small sects and clans now, it seemed like he really couldn't afford to offend them. At least for now, he really couldn't afford to offend them. Therefore, he could only continue to hide them. Wait for an opportunity. At the peak of the infinite boundless mountain, ever since the various tyrants of the pugilistic world had gathered here, they had noticed it almost immediately. And the strange thing was that there were actually no authorities guarding this place. This reality made everyone crazy with excitement. Without the authorities interfering, that meant that it belonged to whoever managed to snatch it. Everyone's eyes instantly turned red. In their eagerness to take advantage of the situation, the various tyrants naturally started fighting at the foot of the mountain at the very first moment. With just a word of disagreement, they directly started fighting. Who didn't want to be the first to go in? Those who didn't want to go in were definitely idiots. Broken limbs were strewn all over the ground, blood flowing all over the mountain. Therefore, by the time the first batch of people successfully reached the peak, the path from the foot of the mountain to the peak had already become a complete slaughterhouse. At first, he could still count 100 dead, 300 dead, 1,000 dead, 7,000 dead. Later on, the number was simply uncountable. All those who were lucky enough to survive also became numb. But when they really reached the peak, everyone quickly recovered, their spirits greatly lifted. Because everyone realized that in this land of the realm of divine sources, at the location of the shattered soul-suppressing stone, there was actually a peerless divine sword that emitted a cold light, stuck diagonally into the ground, trembling in the wind. With one look, one could tell that this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. This was actually a useless sentence. How could something that could suppress a soul-suppressing stone be an ordinary item? And they believed that even a heavenly human-grade treasure sword couldn't do it. And the owner of this sword was actually not here. Everyone's eyes instantly turned red. They had found such a treasure outside. Then, what about inside? As long as they could get this sword, this trip would not be in vain. Even if they couldn't get anything in the future, it would still be worth it. It was worth it. Of course, the more he could get, the better. Thus, in order to fight for the treasured sword, many more people died. Finally, the person with the highest level of martial arts at the scene rushed to the front and grabbed the sword hilt. In his mind, with the divine sword in his hands, it would be able to shine brightly and help him kill in all directions. However, reality was never as beautiful as one imagined. As soon as the sword entered his hand, a thick black gas immediately emerged from the sword. This black gas actually had an extremely vicious effect. This was an expert at the peak of heaven stage. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to ashes. This terrifying scene made everyone's hair stand on end. There were a few people who didn't believe in heresy and tried different methods. Without exception, they all turned themselves into ashes. After that, no one dared to try anymore. They could only stand there and watch. Since there was a sword, there must be a master. Since the sword was still stuck here. In other words, the treasure at the foot of the mountain must not have been touched yet. Since he hasn't moved yet, I still have hope. Human nature is greedy. Could it be that they automatically ignored it? Since this sword could replace the soul-suppressing stone to seal the black smoke under the mountain and prevent the black smoke from wreaking havoc, its power was not to be underestimated. How could the master of such a divine sword be inferior to a group of trash like them? This was such a simple logic, but the fool still didn't understand it. He still held on to the possibility that the master of the sword was actually very weak, even weaker than him. If it was as he thought, he might have a chance to obtain this sword. He didn't know if this could be considered as a fool's thousand thoughts can be said to be correct, because the owner of this sword was really very weak, much weaker than everyone else present. At least, that was the case for now. Besides, even if the master of the divine sword was so strong that no one could defeat him, he couldn't possibly take all the good stuff for himself, right? When he went in, he would follow him in. Can I eat meat? Can I even drink some soup? In such a place, even if I drank some soup, I would be rich. In these 2 days, the people at the top of the mountain changed again and again. As more and more experts arrived, the people at the top of the mountain were constantly being chased away. Those who didn't want to be killed directly. With so much nonsense, how could the ants dare to make a sound? Then, wave after wave of people died on the sword and turned into ashes. The ants would definitely not warn the people who called them ants to be careful. Then, wave after wave came. The first wave turned into ants and shut up. The next wave turned people into dead people and turned into ashes. This cycle repeated, as if it was an endless cycle now. The sword spirit flew back once every 6 hours and silently entered the tribulation space to convert the death energy for Chu Yang. Chu Yang's cultivation gradually became stronger and stronger in the process of ants moving houses, although it was only a single increase in his dantian. As the death energy became thicker, his vitality also began to increase correspondingly. But as the sword spirit came back and left, he came back again and again. A strange phenomenon gradually appeared on the top of the infinite, boundless mountain, and this phenomenon was very regular. Every 6 hours or so, there would be a dense, cold air coming out from the location of the sword, shooting straight to the sky. In this period of time, anyone who came close would be turned into ashes without even touching the sword. However, after 6 hours of continuous eruption, it returned to its initial state of emitting colding chi. For the time being, it was no longer a threat. Very obviously, this was a cycle, or rather, it was a regular pattern of the cold air's intensity. It turned out that there was a regular pattern to the intensity of the cold air, and it was so obvious. Thus, many people began to think, should I do this? Should I do this? Should I do it at the right time? Or should I not do it? Following such experiments, people began to die again and again. Some powerful experts even forced some ants to go up and deliberately touch the danger, hoping to get more information. Unfortunately, there was no further information that could be used. There were only more people who died. The only definite information that was obtained was that when a large amount of cold air was emitted, the cold air would directly kill people. When a small amount was emitted, that sword would kill people mercilessly. Anyway, no matter what the situation was, people would die. No one could take a step forward. That was all. The ashes on top of the mountain gradually accumulated, forming a thick layer. When the mountain wind blew, white powder drifted down from the sky. At the foot of the mountain, there were people holding lunchboxes and wine bowls, drinking in big mouthfuls. At first, they were careful not to let the ashes drift into their bowls. In the end, they did not care. Fuck. It was like this for thousands of miles. Where could you hide? Minister Chu did not know about all this. Even if he knew, he would not care. He had to show these guys who were powerful. Besides, during this period of time, Chu Yang also received a piece of good news. The good news was that Chu Yang's auction hall was finally completed. The auction hall did not occupy a large area, and the interior environment was naturally not very big. At most, it could accommodate 300 to 500 people. However, it still had its own auction house, a new one. It was also the main source of income. Thus, Chu Yang began to recruit auctioneer, receptionist, decorating VIP rooms. There were also first, second, and third-class private rooms. Everything had to be done in a very grand and classy manner. Next, they just had to wait for the grand opening. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. During this period of time, the invincible saber Duan Sankong kept coming over, making a trip every few days. He made a trip to bring the elixirs that he had collected to Chu Yang. However, what made Chu Yang and Duan Sankong very worried was the resurrection grass. There was no news at all. This news made Duan Sankong frown, and Chu Yang was also at his wit's end. Because of this, Duan Sankong did not go to the boundless mountain. He was about to die. What was the use of treasures? If there was no resurrection grass, Chu Yang could not do anything about Duan Sankong's injuries. The heavy pill was not a panacea, and it had no effect on special injuries like Duan Sankong's. As more disappointing news came, Duan Sankong came to the Chu clan's courtyard with a frown. He sighed heavily as soon as he sat down. Sigh, it seems like there's really no hope for this old man. Heaven wants me dead. I did find a stalk of resurrection grass. Let's not talk about how ridiculously expensive it is. It's far beyond what this old man can afford. Moreover, it was taken away by the people from the dreamlike pavilion 2 months ago. If it were any other faction, this old man would still have some face, but there's nothing I can do about the dreamlike pavilion. Dreamlike veranda? Chu Yang frowned. The super sect that is ranked 3rd in the Heaven Imperial Court and 1st in the Eastern Royal Heavens? That's right. If that's the case, then we're really unlucky. Chu Yang sighed. The dreamlike veranda was not something that Chu Yang could afford to offend, and so could Duan Sankong. They could crush them with just one finger. Although Chu Yang and Duan Sankong would not be crushed to death with just one finger, they could still easily crush them to death with just a little more effort. Right now, Purple Cloud City is on the verge of collapse. Chu Yang frowned and said, Elder Duan, your restaurant, I think it will become a gathering place for people of the 3 religions. Moreover, everyone is very angry now. I'm afraid that you'll be exposed very easily. Duan Sankong sighed. Isn't that so? These few days, he had also been worrying about this matter. As an experienced martial artist, how could he not understand this? It was not a big deal that his identity was exposed. The real problem was that he was injured now. He was no match for them at all. If his previous enemies also came, if his identity was exposed, he could only wait for death. Chu Yang's eyes flickered. Duan Sankong's eyes flickered too. Both of them were considering, close your lousy restaurant. Chu Yang's words were shocking, but there was a faint sense of command in his tone. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Open WeChat on your mobile phone and search for Wind Dominates the World. You'll find a super handsome guy. Everyone loves him. After you search for him, you'll get what you want and you'll be happy. Please do search for him. There are surprises every day. Let's gather here. Chapter 1823. Lousy. Lousy restaurant? Restaurant? Duan Sankong's face twitched and he said, Young Master Chu, my restaurant is the #1 restaurant in Zixia City. It's not some lousy restaurant. Elder Duan, you're about to lose your life. Why aren't you breaking it? How else do you want to break it? Chu Yang said with a smile. Closing it is one way. Duan Sankong sighed and began to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter. He asked, the problem is, even if it's closed, where can I go? I still need a place to settle down. If there's a problem with absolute annihilation, you can come to my place. Chu Yang said firmly, I still lack a butler, I won't mind. But I mind. You want me, a saint level, invincible blade, to be your butler? You're really daring. Duan Sankong's eyes widened. I'm really daring. I believe that no one would think that the invincible blade Duan Sankong would be my butler. Am I right? Chu Yang asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Sankong was disappointed. Think about it yourself. Even if someone tells your enemies that invincible blade Duan Sankong is an Earth-level expert's butler, do you think they will believe it? Chu Yang asked. No. Duan Sankong's eyes lit up. There are still many benefits to being my butler. In addition to having a new place to settle down and avoiding your enemies, I can help you recuperate at any time if you stay here. In fact, it's inconvenient for both of us if we're too far apart. Plus, your blood and chi flow is different at every moment. Chu Yang lazily said, if you become my housekeeper, we will be family. I don't want to lose you as my housekeeper. Naturally, I have to double my efforts to treat your injuries. So many benefits, aren't they enough? Chu Yang's tongue was like a reed. He tried his best to coerce and tempt Duan Sankong. These words are crude but reasonable. It's true. Duan Sankong pondered for a while and said, I don't really intend to treat you as a servant. If you really don't want to, then forget it. Anyway, I have a butler now. I won't force you. Whether you're willing to be my butler or not, I'll do my best. Who says I'm not willing? Duan Sankong blurted out, I can't ask. That's my intention. You're willing? Chu Yang fainted for a moment. He had an incredulous look on his face. You've really surprised me. I was just joking about your identity. How can you be my housekeeper? Elder Duan, You must be joking. What kind of person was this? Words of righteousness and irony, threats and promises. He said everything, and in the end, he even made a joke. The legend of the Calamity Sword Master only appeared once every 10,000 years. However, Chu Yang's current level of pretentiousness was something that might not be seen even in a million years. I can't possibly force you to come, right? Since you've agreed. Of course, I have to put on airs. Otherwise, humph. But I'm not joking with you. Duan Sankong looked as if he had succeeded in his scheme. When you were fighting with the Li family that day, I actually wanted to come over. If I didn't follow you, I would have felt that there was no guarantee for my wound. If you were really gone, there would be no hope for my wound to heal. Moreover, there's a storm gathering now. With you here, I have another place to hide. If I still show my face in the restaurant, I'll really be recognized within 3 to 5 days. To tell you the truth, there are already people who are suspicious. Duan Sankong sighed heavily. You're right. Several enemies have already come to Zixia City. I feel like I've been cheated. Chu Yang was a little depressed. Was this like shooting himself in the foot? Or could it be that the small crook was unable to fight the old crook? Haha. Duan Sankong raised his beard. I've been so diligent these few days. Don't you feel anything? Chu Yang sighed dejectedly. Okay. I'm also somewhat wealthy. I don't need you to feed me. Pack up and come over tomorrow. Okay, yes. Duan Sankong laughed and left. Looking at Duan Sankong's departure, Chu Yang's mouth revealed a faint mysterious smile. Cheated? Who was the one who got away with it? Since you're here, come in. Do you still want to leave? Even if you want to leave, will I let you? Can you? You're the first martial saint that I found online. Villa Master Chu hummed a little tune as he went back to find his wife. He went to spar. On the other side of the room, Yin Russian secretly curled his lips. This little fox. Fishy sighed. Sigh, Chu Yang is in trouble now. He's been set up by that old fox. Why is he so easy to talk to? Yin Russian stared at Fishy. After a long while, he asked in a strange voice, Who's easy to talk to? Who are you calling a fox? What are you talking about? Who else can it be? Of course, it's that Duan Sankong. Fishy was furious. What else can I say? I just said that Duan Sankong is not a good person. He's using Chu Yang as a shield. Isn't it just a joke made by Chu Yang? He's not letting go of this joke. What the hell is he? Yin Russian was dumbfounded and speechless. Dear heavens, dear Mother Earth, what was going on? Any human being would be able to understand what was going on. Why was it the complete opposite when it came to Teacher Cat? How can he say it so confidently? Why is it like this? Yin Russian stared for a long time before he finally lowered his head and said, I finally understand. You're from the cat clan, and you speak in cat language. How can we have a common language? Let's go to sleep. As he spoke, he lay down on the bed and stopped moving. After confirming that there's no way to communicate, I'd better go our separate ways. If I continue to hang out with this teacher cat, I'll definitely lead myself astray. Fishy was puzzled. What are you talking about? I'm obviously speaking the official language of the Heaven Imperial Court. My Mandarin is very good. Why don't we have a common language? He wagged his tail and walked out in puzzlement. Yin Russian groaned and covered his head with the blanket. He couldn't take it anymore. He really couldn't take it anymore. Early in the morning, Yin Russian, dressed in a light green robe, came to the courtyard. The morning mist was drifting. At this time, the children were still asleep. Only Chu Yang and Wang Dao were standing there. Brother, there's something I need to tell you in advance. Yin Russian's voice was heavy. My injuries are all healed. After upgrading Wang Dao today, I'll take my leave. You're leaving now? You don't want to stay for a while longer? Chu Yang was surprised that Yin Russian wanted to leave. Yes, Zixia City is in turmoil now. There are too many places where I'm needed. I've been recuperating here for a long time and have delayed many things. I need to hurry back to settle them. Yin Russian said lightly, After all, I'm still an official. There are too many things that I can't do. Chu Yang smiled. I understand. Yin Russian didn't hide his appreciation and smiled. He was gratified by Chu Yang's straightforwardness. Only by enduring the pain of parting would one be able to look forward to the joy of reunion. Everyone understood this logic, but there were not many people who could be so carefree when things came to a head. Wang Dao, come here. Yin Russian waved his hand. Wang Dao came to Yin Russian in a daze. Yin Russian looked up at the sky and pondered for a long time. Then he said seriously, Wang Dao, I, Yin Russian, have been open and aboveboard all my life. I've only killed killers and assassins, but I've never trained one myself. Today, you're the first, and perhaps the last. Yin Russian said in a low voice, I want you to promise me that you'll be my brother's sword from now on. You'll roam the pugilistic world for him. You'll go through thick and thin for him. Do you promise? Wang Dao's face turned red. He said loudly, Yes, I promise. This lowly one's life was saved by the Lord. The Lord is this lowly one's king. I am the Lord's saber. I'm willing to do anything for you. I won't regret it even if I have to die. Very good. Yin Russian nodded slowly. It seems that you've learned something from Teacher Cat these days. Yin Russian waved his hand as he spoke. Chu Yang and Wang Dao simultaneously felt that the boundless world had inexplicably disappeared at this moment. It had disappeared very thoroughly. Only the three of them were left in this world. With a wave of Yin Russian's hand, the whole world was shielded. The next moment, he reached into his chest and took out a strange bottle that was slightly damaged. This bottle couldn't hide the marks left behind by time. It was obvious that it had been through many years, but it was still in good condition. It showed how much Yin Russian valued it. A long, long time ago, my lord found a batch of peerless elixirs and sent them to Purple Cloud Heavens. He asked Purple Cloud, Heavenly Emperor Z, how to help him refine elixirs. Purple Cloud, Heavenly Emperor Z, how used this batch of elixirs to refine 12 elixirs. Yin Russian's eyes showed a sincere look of reminiscence. Chu Yang's heart shook. My lord was naturally Shuelehan. Shuelehan gathered a batch of peerless elixirs. What kind of elixirs could make Shuelehan value them so much? Chu Yang didn't dare to imagine. And with Shuelehan's ability, he didn't even have the confidence to refine them himself. Instead, he handed them to Purple Cloud, Heavenly Emperor Z Hao. It showed how serious he was. Later, my lord used 3 elixirs from this batch of elixirs. They were used to cultivate the younger generation. After Purple Cloud, Heavenly Emperor fell, my lord couldn't bear to use this batch of elixirs anymore. Back then, my superior made a great contribution and couldn't be rewarded. My lord gave him 1 elixir, and it was this. But these 12 elixirs were divided into 3 groups, and this one group was the God of Sabers. There were 3 God of Sabers. The God of Sabers was majestic and powerful. The God of Sabers was the Blade of Kings. As for the last one, it's the one in my hand. This elixir is the God of Sabers. This elixir contains a wisp of innate saber energy, the chaotic saber energy from ancient times when heaven and earth were created. It was wrapped in elixirs and turned into energy that could be absorbed by the human body. Once the saber energy enters the body, there's nothing that can't be broken. No matter what is in front of you, you'll be destroyed. Chapter 1824. My superior treated me like family. He practiced the sword and never practiced the saber. So, he left this elixir to me. As for me, I also have my own unique weapon. Obtaining this pill is like obtaining something but having nothing. It is even more of a pity to abandon it. And this elixir has to be taken when you're an ordinary person to have the greatest effect. So, I couldn't bear to use it. I wanted to give it to Chu Yang, but Chu Yang didn't practice the saber. Until I found you, I was convinced that you were the destined person for this elixir. Yin Russian said solemnly, the world is mysterious and unpredictable. A person who had nothing to do with the saber-killing god finally got this elixir. Heaven's will is unpredictable. Take this elixir, and I'll help you practice. I hope you can become the saber-killing god. Let your strength transform from an ordinary person to a heaven-level saber warrior. It's a dream. However, you have to remember one thing. Your strength came out of nowhere. If you want to truly integrate it into your own, you still have to constantly train, constantly comprehend, and constantly kill. Only in this way can you slowly comprehend it and truly master it. Only then can you have the possibility of continuing to improve. This elixir may be able to create a peerless killer. So, we've been cautious and didn't dare to use it lightly. Today, if it weren't for the gathering in Xixia City, my brother's strength was weak and he couldn't protect himself, and I had to leave under such circumstances. I really wouldn't have done this. Yin Russian asked seriously, "Do you understand?" "I understand. What I have today is a gift from you. My future also belongs to you." Wang Dao's back was straight. He knelt on the ground with a determined face. Chu Yang was shocked. When he was in the heaven-level continent, he heard Zi Sheqing say, "What's so great about this cultivation speed?" In the heaven-level imperial city, there are many powerful clans. There is more than one way to make a powerless ordinary person become a supreme being overnight, or even a higher level of cultivation. When he heard those words, Chu Yang's heart was filled with doubt. How could an ordinary person become an expert in a matter of days? If that was really the case, what's the point of training so hard? Just find a big family to rely on. But now, he believed it. He believed it completely. That was because the pill in front of him could really make an ordinary person recover. In an instant, he had become a heaven stage master. In just a few moments, he had transformed into a sword master who could defeat the Calamity Sword Master who had countless fortuitous encounters. As long as the East Emperor Jun Shuelei Han's medicine and the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor Zi Hao's alchemy skills, two monarchs had worked together to create such a heaven-defying divine medicine. Yin Russian's voice could be heard. Overnight success, endless transformations. Therefore, this medicinal pill is called ascending to heaven in a single step, ascending to the heavens in a single bound. True to his name, Chu Yang took a deep breath. There was actually such a medicine in the world. He couldn't help but think of Dong Wushang. If Dong Wushang ate that saber tyrant god, what would the result be? If he were to meet Shueleihan next time, he would definitely ask him. This kind of thing must not be wasted in the hands of that old thing. While Chu Yang was pondering, the battle had already begun. This process will be very painful. Yin Russian said in a low voice, "You must bear with it. If you can't, you will either explode or ascend to heaven in a single step. Or ascend to heaven in a single step." "Yes, open your mouth," Yin Russian shouted. Wang Dao couldn't help but open his mouth. That old bottle shattered instantly. A magical pill that was shining with purple light floated up. A sharp saber light flashed faintly. But this faint flash seemed to have the power to cut through the sky. "Go." Yin Russian waved his hand. The pill fell into Wang Dao's mouth with a whoosh. The moment the pill entered his mouth, Yin Russian suddenly shouted angrily, "Down!" Then, with a surge of wind and thunder, he slapped Wang Dao's head fiercely. Bang! Chu Yang clearly saw that a dazzling light flashed from Yin Russian's hand and went straight into Wang Dao's head. Then, he shouted again, "Go!" Without moving his left palm, his right palm landed on Wang Dao's chest like lightning. Then, Yin Russian's body floated up. With one hand on Wang Dao's head and the other on Wang Dao's chest, he stood upside down. Then, he bent his waist and the shoe on one of his feet broke with a bang. He bent down and accurately placed the tip of his foot on Wang Dao's cervical vertebra. Then, he did the same with the other foot and placed it on Wang Dao's back. At this moment, Yin Russian's whole body was suspended in the air in an extremely strange posture. Wang Dao's face suddenly revealed an extremely strange expression. He couldn't help but open his mouth to scream. But Yin Russian blew a breath and sealed his mouth. Wang Dao's arms were about to move, but Yin Russian's foot separated. With two cracking sounds, Wang Dao's arms were directly dislocated. In the next moment, he seemed to be unable to bear it and wanted to stand up. But the foot on his waist suddenly exerted force, causing his lower body to sink into the ground with a whoosh. Then, Yin Russian shouted again. Boom! A white light flashed and the ground of the courtyard became as hard as steel, tightly confining Wang Dao's body. If you can't bear it, just wait for your body to be smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. Yen Rushan's voice was cold and deep. The god of saber is not that easy to absorb. If you don't suffer, how can you kill people? If you want to reach the sky in one step, how can you not fall into hell and be tempered? Stand still. Stand still. Wang Dao's muscles and veins seemed to be bulging on the surface. Like green earthworms, they moved and swam slowly. Slowly, the green turned into a light red. In the next moment, his veins suddenly exploded and his muscles collapsed. Blood splattered like rain, filling the sky. Yen Rushan shouted loudly. His divine transcendence cultivation was fully unleashed, retracting and squeezing the blood. Before the blood could disperse, it was sent back into his body and flowed back into his veins. The broken skin on the surface of his body quickly healed. Blood was dripping from the corners of Wang Dao's eyes. Unprecedented pressure, excruciating pain, and an indescribable feeling of collapse. But he couldn't move. He couldn't scream. This process of improvement was comparable to falling into the 18 levels of hell. It was the world's most cruel torture. Chu Yang sighed inexplicably. How could it be easy for an ordinary person to reach the sky in one step? If you want to reach the sky, you must first prepare to ascend. As he was thinking, Yen Rushan's expression suddenly changed. Because Wang Dao's meridians had been modified and repaired by Yen Rushan, so they could withstand the effects of the medicine. But the pent-up hatred in his heart suddenly rose. Under the stimulation of such hatred, the saber energy of the god of saber suddenly became crazy. Crazy and uncontrollable. It was about to burst out of Wang Dao's body. Once it did, Wang Dao would be destroyed. Yen Rushan had thought of many things, but he had missed this point. The to heaven in one step pill laid the foundation. It let a person start from the heaven level. But how strong could an ordinary person's hatred be? So such a thing had never happened before. But Wang Dao was different. Wang Dao was carrying a blood feud. Although he had taken his revenge, it had only been a short time. All the tragic scenes were still vivid in his mind. They kept appearing in front of his eyes. That kind of fire of hatred was truly boiling. Under such hatred, the saber energy of the god of saber became uncontrollable. Yen Rushan's expression changed drastically. Chu Yang didn't know what was going on. He looked at Yen Rushan, puzzled. Wang Dao's body was already covered in blood. If the blood couldn't be suppressed, Wang Dao would die. The to heaven in one step pill would be useless. Yen Rushan's eyes flashed, and he made a decision. Things had come to this. He had no choice. He suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A strong suction force. It turned the space in front of him into a black hole. Chu Yang only felt that his body was being sucked into the air and was floating forward rapidly. It was Yen Rushan who had sucked Chu Yang over with one breath. Chu Yang was caught off guard. Even if he was on guard, it was useless. The gap between the two was too big. When Yen Rushan went all out, he had already exceeded Chu Yang's limit. Chu Yang was in front of Yen Rushan in an instant. Yen Rushan exhaled sharply. The white light moved and turned its energy into needles. Then, it pricked the tips of Chu Yang's 10 fingers. Before Chu Yang felt any pain, 10 drops of blood had already flown out of his body. At this moment, the blood vessels in Wang Dao's body exploded again. Yen Rushan let out a long howl. Chu Yang's 10 drops of blood dripped from Wang Dao's head and quickly merged into Wang Dao's body. An awe-inspiring saber energy flashed and spiraled out of Wang Dao's body. A strange pattern appeared out of thin air above Wang Dao's head. Then, it turned into a big net and suddenly covered him. The blood mist spurting out of Wang Dao's body was caught by this net. It was tightly wrapped around Wang Dao's body and disappeared. The blood mist flowed back again. The saber energy circled around Wang Dao's arms and finally returned to his dantian. At the same time, an indescribable aura rose up. This was the aura of a breakthrough. Chu Yang was very clear. The aura of a breakthrough kept bursting out. After a moment of martial disciple, He actually became Martial Master. Then he suddenly exploded and reached Martial Great Master. Then he rose. Revered Martial Artist, Martial King. Then the saber energy spiraled and Wang Dao groaned in pain. The saber light shone brightly. Saber King. Then it rose again. Saber Emperor. Saber Saint. Saber Supreme. Third grade. Fifth grade, Chu Yang was dumbfounded. He had never seen or heard of anyone leveling up at such a speed. The aura exploded. Wang Daoho fiercely spat out a purplish-black blood clot, and then started to vomit crazily. Pieces of similar blood clots were continuously spat out and fell to the ground. Pong, pong, pong. His body continuously showed signs of muscles bursting. But Yin Rushan was there. He used his strong cultivation to control the recovery of his body. Over and over again, his body was always intact. This was the application of rules. Chapter 1825. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. It was an eye-opener for him. The saber energy finally emerged from Wang Dao's arm. It shone brightly, and the sky seemed to light up. The saber energy turned yellow. It had reached the earth grade. Yin Rushan's face gradually turned pale. He was panting like a cow. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but he still kept his eyes open. He did not dare to be negligent at all. This was the most critical moment. Some sweat flowed into his eyes, but he did not even blink. He directly used his qi to evaporate it into a ball of mist. The saber energy was still transforming. It had turned dark yellow. This meant that Wang Dao's cultivation had reached the earth grade. The aura that was enough to slaughter the world was already visible. How did your father die? Yin Rushan asked Wang Dao in a gloomy voice. The question came out of the blue. Suddenly, Wang Dao's aura surged, and a deep resentful aura burst out from him. At this moment, he seemed to see his father being kicked in the chest by the evil slave. Blood spurted out of his mouth. How did your mother die? How did your brother and sister-in-law die? How did your father-in-law and mother-in-law die? How did the person you loved most die? Before she died, what kind of humiliation did she endure? Did they die in peace? Did they ever accept it? One more time. Do you dare to kill your enemy? Kill with one saber strike? If there is such an evil person in the world, do you feel guilty for killing him? What is the enemy? An enemy is an enemy. What is an enemy? Think about your family, your lover. Did you see them when they died? An enemy must be a dead person. If the enemy does not die, you die. Who is your king? What is your name? Whose saber is Wang Dao? Who wields the saber? Wielding the saber means killing. Wielding the saber. Who do you want to kill? What does the killing god of the saber mean? The killing god of the saber comes from heaven. Heaven wants you to kill. Kill with a clear conscience. Kill. A man wields a saber and kills. I can kill all under the heavens. With a blade in hand and justice in my heart, I will have no regrets even if I slay the world. Kill, 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 kill. A series of questions. They swarmed out without stopping. One after another, the questions became more and more urgent, more and more pressing, more and more oppressive, more and more and more and more and more to the heart, to the heart. The more they asked, the crazier they became, and the more and more murderous they became. Even Chu Yang, who was listening at the side, felt alarmed. He couldn't control himself. An unprecedented crazy killing intent surged out from Wang Dao's body. The saber light changed again, and it turned blue. Sky blue. This was a color unique to the heaven stage. Wang Dao was as motionless as a clay sculpture. He was silent. The great announcement was made. Yin Rushan landed on the ground dejectedly. After landing, he staggered and lost his footing, almost falling to the ground. Unexpectedly, he didn't have time to say anything. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to regulate his breathing. His deathly pale complexion made him look like he was suffering from a serious illness. Wang Dao was still unconscious, but a powerful light blue aura lingered around him. He was gradually stabilizing. After a long time, Yin Russian opened his eyes and smiled faintly. I didn't expect the effect to be better than I expected. He looked at Chu Yang as if he was implying something. He said, during this period, his aptitude improved rapidly. It saved me a lot of effort. To be honest, I only had a 50% chance of success at most. If I succeeded, it would be very difficult for him to improve his cultivation in the future. Unexpectedly, not only did I succeed, but I also completely stimulated his potential. His future achievements will be limitless. Chu Yang smiled. Big brother Yin, you've worked hard. However, there was an unexpected variable in the process, so I'm very sorry. Yin Russian felt a little guilty. Unexpected? Variable? What is it? Wang Dao has suppressed too much hatred in his heart, and it broke through my blockade twice. The first time, I forcibly suppressed it. The second time, if I forcibly suppressed it again, it was very likely that he would go crazy and collapse. I had no choice but to use the heart blood of your 10 fingers to sign a contract with him. I used the rules to suppress him. Yin Russian sighed. To be honest, he really didn't want to do this. Contract? Chu Yang didn't understand. What contract? What are the details? A loyalty contract. Yin Russian sighed heavily. From now on, even if the mountains collapse, the seas dry up, and the rocks crumble, Wang Dao can only belong to you. If you die, he can't live either. His hatred has blinded his mind and intertwined with his will. No external force can eliminate it under the premise of ensuring his safety. The only solution is to suppress his hatred with the person he respects the most, and in this world, the only person he respects the most is you. Your aptitude is unbearable, but your luck is the best I've seen in my life. It can completely suppress his berserk nature and calm him down, allowing him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Wang Dao sighed and said, "It's a pity." Under the premise of such a contract, Wang Dao's originally limitless achievements will be limited by you. If you improve too slowly, he won't be able to achieve more. And the saber-killing god should have limitless room for improvement and be able to create a peerless expert. But because of your limitations, success and failure are because of you. The world is unpredictable and unpredictable. Yin Russian felt a little regretful. Such a rare pill to heaven in one step had successfully created a qualified successor. But when it came to Chu Yang, it could only create a heaven-grade killer. For now, it was a waste, because based on Chu Yang's aptitude, he was a super trash with a dantian. It was already a miracle that he could reach the heaven grade in this lifetime, and Wang Dao's achievements were already higher than his. Only when Chu Yang was higher than Wang Dao could Wang Dao break through and improve. In Yin Russian's opinion, the possibility of this was close to zero. That was why he lamented about casting pearls before swine. But this was the reality. Yin Russian had no other way to deal with this. When faced with such an outcome, he was completely at a loss. If he didn't use Chu Yang's blood, sign the contract, and use Chu Yang's fate energy to suppress Wang Dao would lose control of his hatred and the saber-killing god would backfire. Even Yin Russian himself would be seriously injured. And this space was temporarily sealed by Yin Russian. Once Yin Russian was seriously injured, the seal would collapse. If the power went out of control, Chu Yang, who was in this space, would definitely not be well. Any bit of power here could cause Chu Yang to be injured or killed. There was no room for luck. He had no choice but to use Chu Yang's blood and sign the contract successfully. His life was saved and his strength had increased, but there was no hope for him to improve in this lifetime. What was this? Yin Russian could feel a strong sense of defeat in his heart. It was a good thing, a good elixir. How did it end up like this? You mean you can only improve if you follow me? Chu Yang and Yin Russian felt the complete opposite. He only felt that a big pie had fallen on his head. Isn't it easy to improve? It's like improving at any time. I don't know if I can understand it this way. Can Wang Dao keep up with my progress? Like sword spirit? Doesn't that mean, as long as I practice hard, step by step? That means I have 2 more gold medal fighters who can improve at any time and will never fall behind? This is fucking awesome. I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. At least tonight, I'll laugh even if I'm not dreaming. Yin Russian thought he knew Chu Yang's potential very well. That was why he had such regrets. But how could Chu Yang not know his true potential? His physique and cultivation speed were definitely the best in the world. So what if he had a dantian? It would definitely be faster than anyone else. Pray to God and Buddha. What Yin Russian said had to be true. That way, Wang Dao could become the best assassin in the world. The best assassin in the Heaven Imperial Court. What would that mean? Once he reached a certain level, there would be no one in this world that Wang Dao couldn't kill. With a saber in hand, the world would bow before him. Wahahaha. It's okay. It's really okay. Chu Yang said sincerely, Brother Yin, I'm already very satisfied that you can create a heaven-grade expert for me today. Contentment is the key to happiness. Chu Yang felt a little guilty. He felt that he had taken advantage of Yin Russian. Sigh. Yin Russian sighed sadly. That's why I had no choice but to stimulate the killing intent in his heart. Every little bit counts. Since I can't create a top-notch expert for you, I'll create a completely obedient assassin for you. Yin Russian sighed. In my life, this is the first time I've created an assassin. Furthermore, it's an assassin who's willing to do anything to stimulate hatred. This has negated my whole life's persistence. Yin Russian felt too ashamed to face anyone. It's okay. It's really okay. Chu Yang tried his best to comfort him. Actually, I'm very satisfied with this result. Really very satisfied. It's all because my cultivation is not high enough. It turns out that the feeling of being unable to do anything is so frustrating. I've really forgotten this feeling for a long time. Yin Russian looked up at the sky and sighed. After a long time, Wang Dao finally woke up from his coma. He felt that his whole body was filled with powerful energy, as if his whole body was about to fly. He was so happy that he fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. He thanked Chu Yang first, then Yin Russian. The influence of the loyalty contract was evident at this moment. Throughout the whole process, Yin Russian was the one who put in the effort. Chu Yang's family didn't do much either, and only gave him some blood. But at this moment, Wang Dao still subconsciously bowed to Chu Yang before thanking Yin Russian. Today has been a day of dizziness. I've been catching a cold for the past few days. I took medicine to reduce my fever. Then I caught a cold again and took medicine again. It's been 10 days today. My fever is 30 degrees. The thermometer shows that it's 38 degrees. My lips are so dry that they're cracked. I thought that I could persevere, but I really can't persevere anymore. I have to go for an 4 drip tomorrow. There's a 70% chance that I'll take leave tomorrow. Let me know in advance. Today's update. I really can't write anymore. Chapter 1826. Hurry up and take a bath. After that, have a good sleep and let your body recover to its best condition. Leave everything else aside. Chu Yang quickly instructed before Yin Russian could speak. Yes, sir. Saber Wang left without saying another word. Due to the cleansing of his muscles and marrow, his body was extremely smelly. All the impurities in his body had been expelled. He really needed to take a bath. Why don't you let me tell him, Mingba? Let him be mentally prepared so that he won't be troubled. You're the fastest person to update your novel, Yin Russian asked. Actually, this is already good enough. Do you still need to say Mingba? Chu Yang replied vaguely. Brother, you're just worried that I'll embarrass myself. Actually, it's quite embarrassing. Yin Russian let out a long sigh. Why did he feel that he had let Chu Yang down? He had bragged so much in advance, but now things had turned out this way. It was really embarrassing. Chu Yang consoled Yin Russian for a long time. Finally, Yin Russian stopped talking about this matter. You have quite a number of saber techniques, but his murderous intent was completely triggered by me. It's best to train him with a strong murderous aura. Yin Russian reminded. Mingba, I have a few saber techniques here. I'll give them to him. Even if his cultivation isn't high enough, as long as the moves are exquisite, there's still room for improvement. Yin Russian took out a few pieces of paper. Okay. As for weapons, you have quite a number of heaven-grade weapons here. Give him one to use first. Yin Russian said guiltily. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help him keep an eye out. Don't worry, Chu Yang promised. Chu Yang's heart seemed to be filled with guilt. ZJ's body wasn't at the stage where it could be made public. Once it was made public, trouble would definitely come. ZJ didn't have the strength to deal with it. Hence, he could only keep it a secret for now. But as long as he had the strength to protect himself, he had to tell Yin Russian, and the sooner the better. He was such an honest and kind person. If he continued to feel guilty, Chu Yang also felt very apologetic. Even though the King of Hell wasn't a good person, he still had some conscience. I really should go. Yin Russian felt embarrassed, and it was indeed time for him to leave. Take care, Brother Yin. As he spoke, Chu Yang took out a piece of soul of the purple crystal and a small jade bottle from his bosom. Big Brother Yin, take these small trinkets with you. They might be of some use. Yin Russian jumped in shock. That won't do. This was too precious. No, you can't even say shit me. The soul of the purple crystal is shmi? A single soul of the purple crystal could give birth to an entire purple crystal mine. This had to be the value of SHME. Not to mention, wearing a soul of the purple crystal would allow one to benefit from it at all times. Moreover, it was the kind of endless benefits. This was the value of a soul of the purple crystal. From a certain point of view, it was not even inferior to the heaven ascending pill. In the end, the ascending to heaven in a single-step pill was just to lay down a foundation. It was to raise one's limits from nothing and create a path to the peak. This heavenly leap pill is more valuable than anything else in the world. But the problem was that once you took the ascending to heaven in a single-step pill, even if you succeeded, the effects would still be very good. At most, it would be like entering the king's saber realm, turning an ordinary person into a heaven-level martial artist. The stronger one's foundation was, the worse the effects of this pill would be. Even a saint would not be able to use this pill to raise one's level to heaven level. Therefore, it could only be said that it was a path to the peak. It was more or less an exaggeration. Moreover, was there no death or injury in the martial world? There were too many uncertainties. And with the soul of the purple crystal, it could nourish the body at all times. Even if one was fatally injured, as long as one was still breathing, one could use the powerful spiritual energy of the soul of the purple crystal to recover and heal. It could even heal soul injuries. This was definitely a priceless treasure. Moreover, there were other gifts, and they were definitely not ordinary items. Because Chu Yang seemed to value the small bottle very much, he did not pay much attention to the soul of the purple crystal. Big Brother Yin, what are you saying? Chu Yang shoved it over. If you don't want it, I'll throw it into the toilet. How can you say such nonsense between brothers? You're treating me like an outsider. Sigh, brother. You're really... Sigh. Sigh. After sighing a few times, Yin Russian finally accepted it. He waved his hand, leaped up, and disappeared. Brother, take care. If there's a chance in the future, I must repay this brother of mine. Yin Russian touched the small jade bottle and made up his mind. When he opened the small jade bottle, he almost fell out of the sky. He almost went back to look for Chu Yang. This is actually the spring of life? What the heck? And there's so much of it. Yin Russian's eyes were completely wet. In these few days, the number of times Yin Russian's eyes were wet seemed to be more frequent than in the previous 100 years combined. Chu Yang's eyes were also wet. Even though Yin Russian's age and cultivation were much higher than ZJ's, he treated ZJ's relationship with him as though they were close friends. With such a true temperament and such a true friend, it was very lucky to have a few people in one's life. And when ZJ came to the Heaven Palace, he met one of them by chance. I must cherish this friendship. Chu Yang was disappointed for a long time. With the arrival of various major sects and powers, the entire Xixia city was gradually overcrowded. Overcrowding usually meant that accidents would happen frequently. However, this time was an exception. This time, there was a very strange phenomenon in Xixia city. That was, the flag on the city wall changed. The leader's identity and position had changed too quickly. Before these people came, The Jin clan and Wu clan were the local tyrants. They were arrogant and looked down on everyone. Anything that happened in Xixia City would involve them. This time was no exception. When the incident happened, these two clans sent out their men to investigate the cause of the incident. They even wanted to get their hands on the vast mountain. After a few days, many people of the martial world heard the news and rushed over. The Jin family and the Wu family immediately stopped investigating anything related to the anomaly. They also kept their arrogance and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. They were careful in their actions, even careful to the extreme. Instead, it was those people of the martial world who were loud and boisterous. They swung their arms back and forth, as if they were the boss of the world. 2 days later, some small sects began to arrive. These people of the martial world who were fighting for themselves also tucked their tails between their legs, not daring to be as impudent as before. No matter how strong they were only one or a few people at the end of the day. Compared to the major sects, the difference was huge. The difference between them was huge, and if they continued to be dishonest, it wouldn't be surprising if they were to be killed. Another day, the major sects began to move into Xixia City. The people of the small sects who were still swaggering and arrogant the day before immediately became obedient. As for these people of the major sects, they were more easygoing. At least on the surface, it seemed so. Although everyone could see the arrogance in their bones, they would not be overbearing. Of course, the prerequisite was that you did not provoke them. Another day passed. The major sects began to arrive. Therefore, everyone else shrunk their heads. So much so that the whole city began to show a peaceful atmosphere. There were fewer people fighting, even if there were occasional accidents. Most of the time, they would be polite to each other. Under such circumstances, many jokes were naturally made, especially those people who were originally arrogant. Now, they were all subservient. They made others feel like clowns, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Everything was revealed without reservation. Different from these clowns, the reputation of divine Dr. Chu and even the entire Chu clan's courtyard had faintly risen. The Chu clan's courtyard had always been low-key and never took the initiative to stir up trouble. This time, it was still the same. This showed the real foundation of doing big things. Chu Yang had been guarding the Heavenly Weapons Auction Hall for these few days. Behind him, there was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He was his housekeeper, an old housekeeper who had never shown his face. It was just that this housekeeper looked too vulgar. Not only was he dressed shabbily, but he was also out of breath, as if a gust of wind would blow him to death. He really didn't know where the great philanthropist Chu Yang found such a top-grade housekeeper. This top-grade housekeeper was, of course, Duan Sankong, the old fox. Therefore, people often saw such a scene. The young and strong Chu Yang was sitting in an armchair at the entrance. There was a tea table in front of him, and he was looking at the passers-by on the street. He had a carefree look on his face. However, the old man was shouting at the top of his lungs, urging the workers to work. His voice was clearly hoarse, but he still shouted at the top of his lungs. Quite a number of people looked at him with disdain. This guy must be a spoiled, rich second generation at first glance. After hearing about the great divine Dr. Chu's reputation and anecdotes, they were all very surprised. Could it be that his reputation was not as good as his reputation? Such a person actually had such a great reputation of being a great philanthropist? He did not live up to his reputation and was exaggerating. However, no one knew that the two of them were actually communicating with each other through voice transmissions all the time. Elder Duan, isn't this situation a little strange? Among the people who came, why is it that the bigger the sect, the more modest and polite they are? But they are arrogant in their bones, and they all look very amiable on the surface. Chu Yang frowned. What's so strange about this? Is it hard to understand? Big sects have their own demeanor, style, and way of doing things. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, the Jin and Wu families can't even be considered as nouveau riche. They're just landlords. Their little bit of wealth can't even be considered as shit. A real aristocratic family can easily destroy them with a single breath. Do you really think that everyone will forget themselves just because they have some status? Duan Sankong said mockingly. Chapter 1827. Have they really forgotten themselves? Chu Yang sneered. Even if they were on different levels, there might not be many people who could speak better than Chu Yang among the so-called big aristocratic clans. There were also many aristocratic clans in the upper three heavens and the middle three heavens. Putting aside their strength, there was no difference in their bones. Even if they have forgotten themselves, it's still in their bones. On the surface, everyone is still polite. This is the bearing of a disciple from an aristocratic family. Duan Sankong curled his lips. From what you can see, how many super sects have arrived? Only one. Novel chapters are updated the fastest? Only one? Only one? Only one. Which one is it? The 11th ranked sect in the Eastern Royal Heavens, the Iron Blood Alliance, has arrived. Iron Blood Alliance. Chu Yang pondered. The Iron Blood Alliance was one of the super sects in the Eastern Royal Heavens. It was also the most extreme and high-profile sect. Everywhere they went, there would be many storms. They are heading towards the City Lord's residence. Duan Sankong's eyes flashed. The Iron Blood Alliance has experts accompanying them. Experts? How strong? Chu Yang frowned. Very strong. Duan Sankong's voice sounded particularly heavy. How strong is very strong? Chu Yang kept asking, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Stronger than me. Duan Sankong answered seriously, giving a more accurate answer. The implication was obvious. You can't afford to offend someone stronger than me. Is it a big deal to be taller than you? How tall are you? When Big Boss Chu got the answer, he teased. You're only 4 feet tall. Even my wife is much taller than you. Duan Sankong blew his beard, feeling suffocated. But he was under the roof now. He had no choice but to lower his head. How many people have come from the Iron Blood Alliance? About 100. You know all of them? Chu Yang asked curiously. I only know one of them. Duan Sankong's voice was heavy. He's a saint-level swordsman. He was defeated by me in the past. In other words, the person you know is an enemy of yours? Chu Yang's voice was meaningful. Sort of. Is this person occupying a position in the Iron Blood Alliance's team that has just arrived? Can it be ranked? He's in the 3rd row of guards, so he's considered to be in the front. A certain fox still hadn't forgotten a certain someone's teasing just now. Now that he had found an opportunity, he immediately retaliated. What? Chu Yang exclaimed. He almost forgot to send a voice transmission. It was clear that the old fox's revenge was very successful. The person who had once been qualified to fight with Duan Sankong was a saint-level swordsman. And now, he was only in the 3rd row? This was a terrifying strength. Wasn't this too exaggerated? It's still too early to be surprised. I can't see through the cultivation of the people in the first 2 rows. Duan Sankong said. Moreover, they faintly formed some kind of protective formation around the person in the middle. He was the person in charge of the Iron Blood Alliance. His status is definitely not low. It's very likely that he is one of the most important figures in the Iron Blood Alliance. They are the so-called big shots. Chu Yang lowered his eyebrows and pondered. In front of this kind of strength, did ZJ really have the leeway to take advantage of the situation? In the City Lord's residence, the City Lord Dong Lai was stamping with rage. Based on what? Based on what? Although Dong Lai was only the City Lord of a remote city, he was still the representative of the Eastern Royal Heavens. As a City Lord, even if he was facing a super big sect, he was still full of confidence. Although he didn't dare to do anything, he couldn't show weakness on the surface. Based on what you came here, I, the City Lord, have to find a place for you to stay? Dong Lai was flustered and exasperated. His face was flushed. Who do you think you are? From now on, your Iron Blood Alliance is commanding the officials of the Eastern Royal Heavens? Opposite him, a man in a purple robe in his 30s sat calmly. His voice was neither anxious nor impatient. City Lord, please calm down. Little brother came here this time not to cause trouble. On the contrary, we are doing this for the City Lord's sake. For my sake? Should I be thanking you? Dong Lai snorted. What a joke. Facts speak louder than words. Based on the Iron Blood Alliance's style of doing things, I believe the City Lord should know. We don't want to cause any trouble this time. That's why we're here to ask for your help. Otherwise, with our Iron Blood Alliance's strength, wouldn't it be difficult for us to find a place to stay? The man in the purple robe said calmly. But if we do that, it would be too disrespectful to the city lord. Dong Lai narrowed his eyes. Are you criticizing me? We wouldn't dare. The man in the purple robe smiled. Although he said that he didn't dare, his expression and tone were full of, I dare. I'm just stating a fact, and other such unspoken words. I've seen your sincerity. Let me think about it. Dong Lai's face was green. I'll give you a reply tomorrow morning. And, thank you very much. I hope the city lord will not drag this out for too long. We have traveled a long way here, and are somewhat tired. Naturally, our patience will not be as good as usual. The purple-robed man was calm as usual, but the hidden meaning was still the same. The Iron Blood Alliance's style of doing things was indeed as Duan Sankong had said. They were extremely high-profile and even unscrupulous. If they were like this when facing the representatives of the Eastern Royal Heavens, how could they be so arrogant when facing ordinary forces and ordinary people? Today was the day the city lord came to seek treatment from Chu Yang. The city lord's face was still ashen, as if he was still angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't suppress his anger, the city lord wouldn't have brought such an expression to Chu Yang. Of course, the fact that the city lord revealed his true feelings also proved that he treated Chu Yang as an outsider. This is too much. This is too much. The city lord stomped his feet and scolded. Quiet, quiet. Chu Yang shouted a few times. Finally, he spread out his hands helplessly. Big brother, you're so angry that your blood circulation is far from normal. How do you want me to treat you? It's not like you don't know that your illness is closely related to the blood circulation. Unforeseen events can happen easily. If something goes wrong, don't say that I didn't warn you. The city lord panted heavily. Okay, I'll control it. I'll try my best. Forget it. Chu Yang said, if you don't calm down, how can you recover your blood circulation? If I don't let you vent your anger first, you won't be able to calm down. Suppressing your anger will do you no good. How about this? Tell me, what exactly happened to you? To be able to infuriate you, the city lord, who always keeps a poker face, to this extent? It's all because of those bastards from the Iron Blood Alliance. The city lord was furious. He happened to meet someone to talk to, so he spilled everything out. I'm so fucking angry. Ever since I became an official, even before you took over the position of the city lord, no one dared to treat me like this. Today, I'm being humiliated by these bastards. I can't bear it. So it's the people from the Iron Blood Alliance who came to find you. I've heard about their style, but I didn't expect them to be so unscrupulous. Chu Yang said, you didn't see their attitude with your own eyes. They obviously asked me to help them find a place to live. They even said it was for my own good. The city lord became angrier as he spoke. A place to live, this isn't a difficult thing, right? Chu Yang said, you just have to provide them a place to live. Why lower yourself to their level? Don't tell me they can stay here permanently? Brother, you don't know. Normally, it's a small matter. But now, Purple Cloud City is overcrowded. Where can I find a place to live? If there are only a few people, it's fine. But there are more than 100 of them, and they still want to live together. Where can I find a bigger place to live? The city lord rolled his eyes. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, so it's like this. Look at you. Don't the Jin clan and the Wu clan still have a lot of empty spots? They are the local tyrants of Purple Cloud City. They are the ones who put in the effort. It's true that they are the local tyrants, but the empty places are their private property. It's not easy for me to use them, brother. You're thinking too shallowly. Things may not be so. Chu Yang said, these small clans, which one of them doesn't want to hug the thighs of these sects? It's just that they know that they don't deserve it, so they don't dare to rashly curry favor. If the city lord issues a task to assist the government in entertaining distinguished guests, these two clans will definitely fight to the death. The city lord's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, brother's words are very reasonable. Chu Yang smiled and said, I believe that in this way, there will be a place to live. I think that the Jin clan and the Wu clan will be very grateful to you. This is the best of both worlds. One side benefits, both clans benefit. Why not? Yes, yes, yes. The city lord nodded vigorously and said, Brother, your clan is also considered a big clan in Purple Cloud City. If you're interested, I can arrange for someone to come here. Those guys from the Iron Blood Alliance are not easy to serve, but there should be more super sects coming later. No, no, no. Chu Yang repeatedly refused. What a joke. If those guys came, the 5,000 people here would definitely be wiped out. In order to keep it a secret, they might even directly kill the people here. Then, the people here would really cry to death. Brother, I don't have big ambitions. Besides, I'm just a new clan. To put it bluntly, I don't have any foundation. If you arrange for someone to come to me, it will cause a backlash. It won't be too late for me to look for you after your clan is completely stabilized. Brother, you are really too considerate for me, the city lord said emotionally. If that's the case, then let's do it. After a long while, the city lord, who was once again tormented by Chu Yang, got up and said goodbye. He was full of satisfaction and excitement as he returned to his residence and began to arrange all the follow-up matters. He was even a little impatient. Sure enough, although the two clan masters of the Jin clan and the Wu clan were nervous, they were more excited. Chapter 1828. After a fierce quarrel and competition, the two families decided that the first wave of people from the Iron Blood Alliance would stay in the Jin family temporarily. When the next wave of people from another big sect came, the Wu family would be in charge of receiving them. For the two families, this was definitely a pie that fell from the sky. With their status, they were far from the level of making friends with big sections. Even if they racked their brains to send their nephews and nephews to some sects, they would not be able to enter. And this was only a small sect. As for entering a super sect like the Iron Blood Alliance, the two families could only look up to them. They did not even dare to think about entering the sect. Now, they were going to stay in their house? Wasn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? No matter how bad the reputation of the Iron Blood Alliance was, as long as they stayed in the Jin family, it was tantamount to being in a favorable position. However, the Jin family soon regretted it. The Iron Blood Alliance was really not a good person. Absolutely not. The so-called bad reputation was definitely not just a saying. Even if they were known, it was not meeting, but meeting was better than being known. On the first day of staying, they unceremoniously turned the tables on the Jin family. They directly drove everyone in the Jin family to a small courtyard. Get out. Do we still need you to serve us? Do you deserve it? Stay away. Don't annoy us. A turtle dove occupying a magpie's nest. That was not all. Everyone in the Jin clan was ordered around as if they were slaves. They beat and scolded at every turn and did not treat themselves as guests at all. In addition, the women folk of the Jin clan were summoned and sent away as they pleased. They wantonly violated them. If they didn't resist, they would take their lives with a raise of their hands. The Jin clan suddenly discovered that their clan seemed to have fallen into the hands of the devil. And it was the kind of devil that absolutely could not resist. If there was any resistance, only death would await. This made the Jin family, who wanted to climb up the social ladder, regret. But it was already too late. In this world, there were all kinds of medicine, but there was no medicine for regret. Not all super sects will maintain their magnanimity on the surface. For example, the Iron Blood Alliance is a rare scum of the super sects, Duan Sankong said lightly. They have always been raping and robbing, committing all kinds of crimes. You propose to let them stay here. Could it be that they want to use its characteristics to unify Xixia City? Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, In this world, it's better to have fewer eyesores. If I can achieve my goal without having to do it myself, that would be even better. Duan Sankong laughed and said, Are you trying to drive the tiger to devour the wolf? Chu Yang said disdainfully, Can a mere Jin clan be considered a wolf? He didn't even look like a wolf. It's just that it's not convenient to get rid of it personally right now. Now that it's convenient for both of us, It's killing two birds with one stone. Duan Sankong nodded. Killing with a borrowed knife and watching the fire burn across the river is indeed a smart move. The Jin clan has really committed heinous crimes in Zixia City over the years. They really deserve retribution. If the other large sects come and the Wu family is in charge of receiving them, we will be able to enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position. Chu Yang smiled strangely and glanced sideways at Duan Sankong. Elder Duan, are you testing me? Duan Sankong laughed. Even small sects won't do such a shameful thing as staying here, let alone large sects and big forces. Chu Yang smiled. This time, the Iron Blood Alliance is lodging here and acting so unscrupulously, just like in the past. There's another meaning hidden in their bones, which is to announce the arrival of the Iron Blood Alliance. As for the other large sects, how can super sects be so bored? As long as they are really famous experts, which one of them doesn't carry a space ring with them? They have all the necessary accommodation and food both inside and outside. They even carry their own drinking water. This is the safest and most convenient way. Why do they need to stay in other people's houses? Large sects have their own persistence and pride. Like the Iron Blood Alliance, it's not necessarily a kind of helplessness, Chu Yang said quietly. Helplessness? Duan Sankong was surprised. Bullying others is actually a kind of helplessness? Yes, it's a kind of helplessness, or rather, it's a habit. Chu Yang sighed and said, the Iron Blood Alliance is notorious. When they go out, it's already a kind of habit and a subconscious action. This is a kind of habit, and they have always dared to do all kinds of evil. Every time they go to a place, if they don't do something out of line, people will feel that it's abnormal. So, in order to maintain their reputation, the Iron Blood Alliance can only do evil. This is the so-called helplessness of evil people. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, in fact, there are many evil people who would go around and brag about it even if they had done something extremely evil. But, on the contrary, they would try their best to hide the fact that they had done something good by chance. They are afraid that others would find out about it. Duan Sankong thought for a long time before he smiled. Yes, there are indeed such phenomena, and it's not a small number. It's hard to be a good person, but it may not be comfortable to be an evil person. Chu Yang said lightly, but this time, whether good people or evil people, I'm afraid that a large number of them will die. It depends on who will die. Then, our auction hall. When will it officially open for business? Duan Sankong asked. Do we still have to wait? And do we have to delay our plan? Just wait for a while. When the second super sect arrives, it'll be about time. Chu Yang said, when that time comes, our plan can really start. If we start now, all the good things will only benefit the Iron Blood Alliance, and even lead to a fatal disaster. Yes, Duan Sankong suddenly realized. Yes, if there were no corresponding checks and balances in strength, the Iron Blood Alliance could only do whatever they wanted. Why would they care about the auction? They would just snatch it directly. If they just snatched it, it would be considered cheap. According to their style of doing things, they would most likely eliminate the source of trouble once and for all. But if there was another super sect here, the Iron Blood Alliance would have more scruples. But even if another super sect comes, the Iron Blood Alliance may not restrain themselves. After all, our strength is a little weak. Duan Sankong was a little worried. Duan Sankong's words were already very reserved. Compared to the super sects like the Iron Blood Alliance, the strength that Chu Yang's side currently possessed was not just weak. It was completely insignificant. They could not even lift a finger. I have my own ways. Chu Yang smiled confidently. In these few days, the fight for the infinite, boundless mountain continued, and a group of people died every day. With the arrival of some of the bigger sects, the people were filled with a sense of crisis. Too many people already knew the horror of the chili chi and the power of that sword, and no longer forcibly fought for the top of the mountain. But the battles between each other were still endless. This place had simply become a fighting arena of the pugilistic world. Those who had enmity with each other would settle it here. Since they had met, there was nothing to say. Those who had no enmity with each other would also have new enmity with each other here. No matter what strange reason it was, It could be used as an excuse to fight and kill. You took a look at me? What are you doing? Provoking me? Are you courting death? Why did you look at me for no reason? And so, the battle began. I was walking beside you, and you coughed. What's the matter? Are you sick? Or are you looking down on me? Come, come, come. Let me treat your illness. And so, the battle began. I fought a battle and I won. But you just watched from the side. Are you trying to take advantage of me? You deserve death. In order to prevent future trouble, and so, kill. You fought a battle and got injured? At this time, why not take your life while you are injured? Come, kill. What? Don't know him? Nonsense. There were so many people in this world. Who the hell knows who? More than 10% of those who don't know each other. Chaos filled the eyes. Everyone had the same thought. The more people who died, the better. As long as I don't die, it's fine. The rule of the pugilistic world had always been that the death of a fellow Taoist was not the death of the poor Taoist. The fewer people there were left, the better. As long as there was me, no one noticed. At some unknown time, a person appeared at the foot of the infinite boundless mountain, a black-clothed man, Wang Dao. Wang Dao had been chased out by Chu Yang the night after he had advanced. He had rushed here. The saber was not trained. The saber, it had to be killed. At least, Wang Dao's saber had to be like that. Usually, where would there be so many opportunities for actual combat? But now, there were countless people at the foot of the infinite boundless mountain, and there were also countless experts. Also, Wang Dao did not need to deliberately look for a target at all. There would naturally be people looking for him, looking for trouble with him. When he had first come here, Wang Dao had still been a little restrained. After all, although his cultivation had improved, even higher than Chu Yang's, he was still an ordinary person at heart. So far, the only life in his hands was that of Li Jiagong. The fighting and killing of the pugilistic world was really very, very far away for him. At the beginning of the battle, Wang Dao had been flustered and had been injured many times. Every time, he had fled in a sorry state. But after staying here for half a day, he had gotten used to it. Here, people were dying every moment. This was simply a huge battlefield. Life and death seemed so normal here, so normal that it was like breathing. That day, Wang Dao had killed for the first time, and it had been with his eyes closed. After being cut in two, facing the misery that he had personally caused, although his heart was full of hatred and resentment, Wang Dao still could not help but vomit for a period of time. In the end, he almost vomited out the jaundice water. But when he fought again, he had already calmed down, truly calmed down. After killing the second person, he only vomited a few times. After killing the third person, he did not even vomit, just a little nauseous. After killing the fourth person, he did not even feel nauseous anymore. If he could not get used to it as soon as possible, he would only invite a fatal disaster, especially in such an environment. Vomiting and nausea would only create opportunities for the enemy and bring danger to himself. The fifth person, the sixth person, at night, Wang Dao could already use his saber freely and flexibly. Although he still felt uncomfortable after killing, he had already gotten used to it. His gaze was already as sharp as the edge of a saber, cold and emotionless. Chapter 1829. A night passed. After spending a night in this place that was even more terrifying than a mass grave, Wang Dao's thoughts of life and death is nothing more than this, and human life is as worthless as grass were thoroughly stimulated. Yes, in a day and a night here, over 10,000 people had died. Dead people could be seen at any time, and with every step he took, he would sometimes have to step over two corpses. In such an environment, Wang Dao grew up very fast, unexpectedly fast. By the second day, he had already learned how to hide himself to kill for the sake of killing. Seeing one after another vicious and insufferably arrogant people of the Jianghu fall under his blade, Wang Dao's blood slowly began to boil. I want to grow. I want to improve. I am Wang Dao, the king's Dao. Wang Dao's will became more and more resolute. On the fourth night, Wang Dao's battered figure disappeared into the darkness. He had to go back and report, because Chu Yang had said, 4 days. If you are still alive, come back. If you are dead, you are dead. Now, he was still alive. So he went back. Looking at Wang Dao in front of him, Chu Yang's eyes were somewhat appreciative and serious. His improvement was undoubtedly huge. However, what Chu Yang paid the most attention to was that unrestrained killing intent on Wang Dao's body, which was even more shocking, because he still did not know how to fully restrain and conceal his killing intent. Therefore, being able to survive 4 days in infinite boundless mountain like this was in itself a miracle that belonged to assassins. Wang Dao, what I am going to teach you next is how to be a qualified assassin. An assassin in the truest sense of the word. A top-notch assassin. Chu Yang said softly, first, the most important thing for an assassin is to know how to hide himself, his killing intent, his figure, his tracks. Opposite him, Wang Dao listened attentively. She tried her best to remember every word that Chu Yang said in her heart and imprint them in her heart. Late at night, like a wisp of black smoke, Wang Dao rushed towards infinite boundless mountain once more. Killing was the only way to increase the accuracy of an assassin. The king was right. My heart is at peace, my conscience clear. So what if I have to kill the world? In these 3 days, many sects came one after another, and this time, many super sects came. And they were even super sects whose strength and influence surpassed that of the Iron Blood Alliance. Soaring Firmament chapter came. Dreamlike Hongqin came. There were also various large and small sects that had arrived. Purple Cloud City had already become the core in name, the core of a huge Jianghu whirlpool. Faced with such a situation, the Donghuang Celestial Empire could only do their best to restrain the citizens. As long as the people were not injured, everything was fine. As for the rest, they could just leave it to the people of the Jianghu. The more people died, the more people died. On the contrary, it would be easier to manage them in the future. The Double Heaven Imperial Court had no lack of martial artists. It was rare for such a big event to gather so many people. It would be great if all the Jianghu sects were weakened. That was what the authorities were most happy to see. The small sects and the wanderers of the Jianghu were all fighting fiercely. They all knew very well that now that the real big sects and forces had arrived, it was basically impossible for them to take advantage of them. He could only display his strength and hope that he would be able to get some scraps. But, in these few days, because the owner of the sword still hadn't appeared, everyone's mood had become somewhat dull. In the past few days of fighting, it was just a continuation of what happened a few days ago. There were no more new grievances. On the contrary, those big sects were still very calm. If there were no variables, they would just wait for variables. Only when variables appeared would they need to take it seriously. Although almost every sect had sent out experts, but they all observed for a while and slightly tested the power of the sword. Then they flew away. If someone could pull out the sword, they would naturally do so on the spot. But, indeed, no one could do it. At first, the big sects only sent out saint-level experts to test the waters. But after one saint-level expert died, it became a celestial-level expert. At the celestial level, ordinary cold qi could no longer cause damage. However, the power of the sword was still inviolable. All the big sects formed a tacit agreement. Wait for the person who could pull out the sword to come. And at other times, some of these big sects entered Xixia City, and some simply set up camp on the spot. Of course, there were also many people wandering around, checking the qualifications of the children in this area to see if there was any suitable for cultivation and so on. Of course, this was just in passing, and they didn't have much hope. No one was really disappointed that such a remote place could unearth any peerless talent. Time passed day by day like this. It's about time, right? Chu Yang put his feet up on the easy chair, leisurely. Yes, the mood has calmed down a lot now. It seems that some stimulation is needed. Duan Sankong smiled. In that case, let's give everyone some stimulation and start doing business first. Chu Yang stretched and said, during this period of time, I've basically spent all my money. Doing good deeds is really a bottomless pit. I'm also poor. Fishy rolled his eyes at the side. You only know that you're poor now? Let me tell you, it's been almost 2 months since we made the bet. In other words, you'll lose in 4 months. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said solemnly, Teacher Cat, I think you shouldn't care about these small things now. The most important thing you should do is to return to your podium. That's where you're needed the most. Fishy bowed his head powerlessly. 5,000 children, 1 teacher. You're the teacher of the cat clan. You can teach an entire clan at once. What's a mere 5,000 children? Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I heard that a cat girl came to Xixia City recently. She's very fierce. I don't know if she's from your clan. Teacher Cat ran away with his tail between his legs. I'll go. Okay? Do you have to scare me like this? Haha. The next morning, Chu Yang's auction hall finally opened for business amidst the din of gongs and drums. At such a critical juncture where everyone was in danger, there was actually someone who opened a business and did it with such great fanfare. Such a high profile. This person's courage was really admirable, but who was king of Hell Chu? There was nothing in the world that he didn't dare to do. In such a special environment, the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall officially opened for business. And the style was very high, as if they had a card up their sleeve. On the first day of business, many invitations were sent out. On the night of the opening, the first auction was held. This move was undoubtedly bold and confident. If one didn't have considerable confidence and assurance in such a big environment like Xixia City, with the current strength of the Chu clan, it was not enough to tuck one's tail between his legs. He dared to hold an auction with such fanfare and high profile. One must know, at this moment, the external forces in Xixia City were not limited to those super sects and big forces. Any one of them had the power to easily destroy the Chu clan. Chu Yang chose to hold the auction at such a delicate time, no matter what kind of backup plan he had. One couldn't help but admire his courage. It was really big. As for Chu Yang's backup plan, or why he was full of confidence, it was actually very simple. As long as the temptation was big enough, no matter how dangerous it was, as long as the balance of the various forces was adjusted, let them restrict each other, naturally they could rest easy. But this was tantamount to walking on a tightrope on a cliff. A little carelessness would result in death. Many big sects were stationed in the city. Some were outside the city, and some were directly stationed around the Boundless Mountain. These people didn't put Xixia City, a small border city, in their eyes at all. But without exception, they received invitations. To do this was naturally not surprising, as long as the preparations were done beforehand and more people were sent out. Naturally, it was not difficult to do. But what was really surprising was that many sects didn't even know where the invitations came from. This made all the experts quiver in their hearts. Could it be that this Heavenly Armament Auction Hall was not simple in some way? Otherwise, there was no reason that they couldn't see such an invitation when it flew in. However, they didn't care. Everyone knew tricks, and each had their own ingenuity. Since the Heavenly Armament Pavilion dared to act so high profile, they must have something to rely on. If they didn't even have this little trick, they would have been destroyed long ago. Then, they opened the invitation with a nonchalant attitude. Once they saw the things on it, their eyes narrowed. The content of the invitation was very simple. There were only a few sentences. This auction hall is valued by a mysterious guest and specially held this auction. The auction items are a Peak Saint-level treasure saber, a Peak Saint-level treasure sword, a piece of purple crystal jade essence, a pair of yin-yang poisonous dragon eyes, a soul of purple crystal, a piece of high-quality sky wood with space storage. Although there were only such items, any one of these auction items was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. Any one of them was a peerless treasure, a rare item that absolutely could not be missed. Almost instantaneously, everyone decided to go. Must go. Must go. After all, such good things could not be missed no matter what. Although there were many good items listed on the list, there were undoubtedly even more from the major sects that had arrived. More than 5 super sects had already arrived, and the number of large sects had even reached dozens. It was truly a case of too many wolves and too little meat. Only the people from Dreamlike Veranda had a different reaction after receiving the invitation. The leader, a woman in white, took the invitation. After glancing at it, she frowned and said thoughtfully, "There are quite a lot of good things." It was very common for people to have such thoughts. Almost everyone's first reaction after reading the contents was the same. But then, her eyes widened, and she almost lost her composure. The reason was because of a small line of words at the bottom of the invitation. Heavenly Armament Auction Hall, Chuyang awaits. Chuyang. This name was so familiar. 15th of the month, Proud World's second birthday. When the time comes, I'll do my best and let everyone enjoy it thoroughly even if I'm exhausted. Chapter 1830. Chuyang. He's actually here? Could this Chuyang be that Chuyang? The lady in white's expression changed almost subconsciously. A delicate and pretty face instantly appeared in front of her eyes. Before he left, his martial niece, whom he regarded as a treasure, had told him more than once. She had even asked him for help. "Martial uncle, please help me find out where Chuyang is. There are so many of them. He's the most important person in my life. I definitely can't miss that person. Martial uncle, I'll leave everything to you. Please." The lady in white's eyes flickered and she sighed softly. "I just don't know if this Chuyang. Is that Chuyang?" Before I left, senior sister had also instructed me not to deliberately find out about him. Even if I saw him, I had to pretend not to see him. But now, if the person in charge here is really that person, what should I do? Just yesterday, senior sister sent me new news. This Chuyang should also be a genius, and he even has a pure young treasure on him. But she didn't say anything. She only said that if I saw him, I should check carefully. If I didn't, I shouldn't care. So, senior sister has always valued Qingwu the most. The lady in white held the invitation in her hand. She stood up thoughtfully and paced back and forth in the tent. She frowned slightly. Finally, she made a decision. "Go. We'll just have to act according to the situation. I'm afraid you're being a little rash by doing this." Tai Butian frowned, her face full of worry. "Yes, it's indeed a little rash," Chuyang said, "but now, we've reached a critical point. It's not time for us to fight. I have no choice but to take the risk this time. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." "Of course, I understand that." Tai Butian heaved a deep sigh. "But the strength that we currently possess is simply too weak. It's really as difficult as ascending to heaven to be successful in this environment where there are so many experts. Don't worry. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. It's not like we haven't faced more difficult situations. I believe there won't be anything that can stop us." Chuyang straightened up. His eyes were cold and sharp, and his tone was unusually firm. He was overflowing with indescribable confidence. "The Soulstone incident this time came too suddenly," Tai Butian said. "According to the usual practice, a treasure-snatching event like this shouldn't involve anything too high-end. However, the beginning and the process of this event are very unusual. It's just that the beginning of this matter is contrary to common sense. In fact, it might not be unreasonable. If it was just an ordinary treasure, then why would a super-large sect interfere? I'm afraid that even an ordinary large sect wouldn't care about it. At most, only small sects would come. If that was the case, then we can fish in troubled waters. With the gradual growth of our forces and strength, then think of a way to further attract attention and expand the incident. That's the most important step. The current situation, even if only one piece of soul of the purple crystal appears, we're destined to lose it." Tai Butian frowned. He tried to think of a solution, but the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. What's more, it's the soul-suppressing stone, a rare item that can shock the entire Heaven Imperial Court. This, Chuyang smiled bitterly. How could he not know this? But at that time, Chuyang himself was already prepared to give up. He wanted to wait until his strength increased before revealing the secret of the soul-suppressing stone. Who would have thought that it would be shattered by Brother Who's fart? Plans could never keep up with the changes that happened so quickly. All of this happened so suddenly. Now that things had come to a head, they had no choice but to do it. We can only take one step at a time now. Chu Yang said dispassionately, "That's why I arranged for you, the mysterious minister, to be in charge of the Chu clan compound. If the situation is too urgent, you, the minister, will turn everything from the light to the dark. When that time comes, I will naturally think of a way to divert everyone's attention and give you time to develop. Since Chu Yang is not around, then the mistress is naturally not around either. Without a target, there won't be any attacks. But that's ultimately the last resort." Chu Yang sighed softly. "I hope we don't have to go to that extent." Tai Butian reached out and hugged his arm. She said, "I understand. But it's too dangerous for you to do that." Chu Yang smiled and said, "How could you forget? Ever since I started my career, it can be said that danger has always been my daily routine. How can the legends that I have written be lacking in danger? Only danger can be a turning point and an opportunity. I'm the legendary Tribulation Sword Master, the kind of person who is blessed by the heavens. I definitely won't die so easily." Tai Butian nodded vigorously, her eyes still reluctant. "We definitely won't go to that step. Even if we're not as strong as others, are we not as smart as others?" Chu Yang smiled slightly. Chu Yang sat cross-legged on the ground and operated the heaven-splitting divine technique. He forgot about everything around him and focused on cultivation. He only woke up from his deep cultivation in the afternoon. Ever since Yin Rushan left, Chu Yang felt that the pressure on his body had become much heavier. When Yin Rushan was around, his cultivation was unfathomable. Even if he didn't intend to rely on him, he still felt that he could rely on him. But once he left, especially now that so many experts had gathered in the purple clouds, Chu Yang felt even more that his strength was so insignificant. The sense of crisis and a faint fear in the depths of his heart made him feel urgent and pressured. So during this period of time, he would cultivate whenever he had time. He spent all his free time on cultivation. If others can run rampant in the world, why can't I? If others can laugh at the heavens, why can't I? The sword spirit went back and forth to transport the aura of death, while Chu Yang continued to absorb energy from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve his cultivation. The power of the Hong Ming immortal vapor and the great elixir in the tribulation space was also continuously infused into his body. Chu Yang could clearly feel that his cultivation was increasing at a rapid pace, especially that terrifying aura of death. It had almost occupied half of his dantian, and it was only half after it had been condensed. According to the sword spirit's guess, there was still an extremely large amount of death aura growing under the soul-suppressing stone. Chu Yang estimated that he didn't even need to finish absorbing it before his dantian was filled to the brim. Moreover, due to the exchange of yin and yang, life and death, after the death aura circulated in his meridians, a considerable amount of it actually transformed into life force under some mysterious effect. In other words, his life force was gradually accumulating in his dantian. Although this speed and frequency were extremely slow, it was an additional channel for him to rapidly increase his strength. When the lanterns were lit, Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Auction Hall officially opened and the big red lanterns were raised. The interior of the auction hall was decorated even more magnificently. The lights were shining, and it was really as bright as day. But what was different from ordinary auction halls was that it was very quiet inside. There were no service staff. Once one entered, one could only sit. There wasn't even a cup of tea. Such a reception was lacking in etiquette. Opposite the seats was a big stage. Naturally, it was the auction stage. The auction stage was also empty and undecorated. It made one feel very uncomfortable, or at least very uncoordinated. Such an arrangement had a lot to do with Chu Yang. Chu Yang had always only participated in auctions. When had he ever hosted an auction? So, when he saw gorgeously dressed girls running back and forth in other auction halls, he always felt that something was wrong. They always came to auction, not to flirt. If you had good things here, no one would come to buy them. But if you didn't have anything here, then, even if you treated me like a deity, I wouldn't come. I'm a martial artist, not a rich man who only covets pleasure. I only came to auction for benefits. If I only came to see beauties, humph, where can I not see? Doing it in his old bedroom was much more exciting than doing it here. So, Minister Chu didn't prepare to entertain them. One by one, the sects began to enter the heavenly armament auction hall. Faced with this extreme abnormality and impoliteness, no one actually showed any dissatisfaction. The reason why everyone was so respectful was that they were somewhat curious about this heavenly armament auction hall that had suddenly appeared. They were also somewhat on guard. In such a precarious and delicate moment, this heavenly armament auction hall had chosen to appear out of nowhere. If one said that they didn't have anything to rely on and had no confidence, they wouldn't be like this, right? Wouldn't that be courting death? And the auction items this time were all rare treasures. If they had the guts to auction such items without confidence, how could it be possible? Especially when facing so many big and small forces in the entire continent, and even many super sects, they didn't even have the slightest bit of courtesy. If they didn't have a considerable foundation, how could they dare to do this? Then, who exactly was the owner of the Heavenly Armament Auction Hall? What was his background? Is that Chu Yang really the person in charge of this place? Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying person behind him? Or perhaps a force? All these things, without exception, flashed through everyone's mind. To be able to come here, none of them were fools. Naturally, everyone thought a lot about it. But the more they thought, the more they didn't dare to act rashly. Ha ha ha. A burst of arrogant laughter sounded. On the street, 3 purple-robed men came together. One of them was in charge, and the other 2 were on his left and right. They were from the Iron Blood Alliance. The leader was the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance this time, the person in charge. The 3 of them walked over with majestic strides, rampaging along the way. The passers-by all dodged. It seemed that they were extremely domineering and arrogant. The passers-by all revealed an indignant expression that they didn't dare to speak out. Of course, those who looked indignant were all ordinary people. But in the eyes of martial artists, they were all fearful. It was because they knew the name of the Iron Blood Alliance, and they roughly knew the style of this group of people. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.